Momita, should you start?
Sir, sorry, sir. Please, we have to wait at least 2 to 3 minutes. Only 23 participants have joined till now.
How many do you have?
Sir, more than 100 in the Zoom
Huh?
session and in YouTube. In YouTube Live, it's almost.
And this is a virtual lunch, okay?
Yeah, sure, sir.
This is a virtual lunch, and everybody gets his own lunch in his home, right?
Yes, sir. So we are in college.
So, yeah, so you cannot be held responsible for providing very good lunch, and people are enjoying that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, when you are ready, just call me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sure.
Momita, let us start then. It is almost 10.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, all of you, and welcome back to International Conference on Smart Technologies for Sustainable Development, ICSTSD2021. Ladies and gentlemen, we are having Professor Vabhutas Chandra with us. He has been working as professor at Indian Statistical Institute of Kolkata since 1996. He received BE in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering and PhD in Electrical Engineering from University of Calcutta in 1979 and 1988 respectively. He has received Young Scientist Medal of Indian National Science Academy in 1989 and Computer Science Engineering Division Medal of the Institution of Engineers in 1998. He is also recipient of UN Fellowship, UNESCO INRIA Fellowship, and Diamond Jubilee Fellowship of the National Academy of Science, India. He is a fellow of Institute of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers. He worked at Intelligent System Lab, University of Washington, Seattle, USA as a visiting faculty in 1995 to 1996. He has published more than 70 technical articles, and his research interest includes image processing, pattern recognition, computer vision, and mathematical morphology. The application of domain includes document page, satellite image, biomedical image, and indoor scenes. So we are please over to you, sir. We are proudly waiting for your new domain of presentation, which will be quite relevant with this conference. Thank you, sir. Please, sir.
Okay, thank you, Momita, for nice introduction. And at the outset, I must thank the organizer, especially Dr. Subhasachi Sen, for inviting me to share my views with the August audience of this conference. The venue of the conference, though, is a virtual conference. The organizers are from the GIS, Kolani, which is one of the well-known technical institutes and in West Bengal, and is doing very good service, providing very good service to education center by organizing regularly their workshop, conference, summer school, winter schools, kind of activities, apart from the regular teaching and research. Okay. So presently they are the organizing and conference, which is basically on the smart technology for the sustainable development. So looking at their effort, though it's not my field actually, my field is already told by the Momita. It's mostly computer vision and machine learning area. I just prepared this lecture in honor of, to give the honor of the Dr. Sen and his colleagues who are really organizing this good conference. So let me start with the sharing my slides. Okay, and hopefully you can see the slides, right?
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay, thank you. So the title, what you see, the smart technologies for sustainable development, and practically I targeted the GIS and similar other institutes, including IITs and NITs and other technical institutes in India. There's their role in this particular domain, the smart technology for the sustainable development. Okay. So recently this has drawn attention of the researchers, and they are organizing many such platform for discussing among themselves about the different aspects and areas or subtopic of this sustainable development and related technologies. Here are some of the recent forum where are the conferences. I just noted from the 2019, that was the International Conference on Smart Material and Techniques for Sustainable Development. I'll come to later what the smart material means. There is a conference on 2020, that is international conference on smart technologies for energy, environment, and sustainable development. Next one is I think somewhere in the Europe. The procedures are published by the EIP Publishing, and the conference was on, again, the smart sustainable materials and technologies. Okay. And of course, the current one. So this somehow shows the people are really interested in doing research and sharing their knowledge and trying to develop in this area very seriously. Okay. And the number of participants in this group is basically shows the how serious people are. Okay. Uh, so to uh, start with, I just go back a few decades and try to find out what that sustainable development means. Okay. Uh, there is a many different, after so many years, there are many different interpretations. There may be uh, various viewpoints of this particular term, this keyword, sustainable development, which is a part of the title of the conference title, uh, is a sustainable development. I just pick up the whatever written in the UNESCO website. Okay. Uh, this definition has come from a committee commission, a report of a commission. Uh, Originally, this commission was called named as the World Commission on Environment and Development. Okay, so their basic objective was that the basic objective of that commission was that to find way how the development should not conflict with the environment. Okay, and since the commission was headed by the lady named Gro Harlem Brundtland, the finally everybody started calling that particular World Commission on Environment and Development, that commission as a Brundtland Commission. And after working for the almost 4 years, from 1983 roughly to 1987, they published the report in a form of a book that was published in collaboration with the University Oxford Press, Oxford University Press. That's the name of the book was, I believe, the Our Common Future. Okay. And that shows that, in a sense, protecting environment is much more important even running the government or running the business. Okay. And there they defined the sustainable development as a kind of development, as a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their own needs. Okay. So, in other words, let me go a little detail. That suppose we have currently in present days we have some need. We need something, and for that we need to develop some technology. Okay, some system, some infrastructure we need to develop, and at the same time, the in future days, future generation will have their own requirement, and they also need something to develop any infrastructure or system or anything they want to develop. Now, sustainable development means our development cannot compromise, cannot obstruct the development of the future generation. Just a very crude example. We cannot burn a bridge to achieve our development, to make our development, to meet our need. Okay, by depriving the future generation to cross the river. Okay, we cannot do that. That's called that kind of development is called the sustainable development. So basically, the sustainable development try to ensure that development should protect the environment. Okay, not at the cost of destroying the environment. Okay, and they mainly focus many areas. I just mentioned 3 here. So it's not an exhaustive list. They're mostly critical about the climate change. We know the global warming is a very serious issue, and recently we see the lots of climate change situations are coming up. If you just remember, very recently there are lots of damage in the hilly area. In the every day we are getting the some disaster report from Nainital, Haridwar, Dehradun, Mussoorie, all those areas, all the Rudraprayag, Kriyanas. Somehow that's a kind of climate change, change it, rain pattern, uh, all these things is a very coming very serious way. Okay. Uh, Second is the conservation biodiversity. So many times we see this our urbanization program, basically doing the deforestation and other things, right? So that also tries to eliminate or extinct the possible flora and fauna. Okay, well, that's another focus area. We should be very careful. And finally, of these 3 items, there's a event I say disaster risk reduction. Okay? So our infrastructure development should not increase the natural, it should not invite the natural disaster of an. We are not really always following that. Other than deforestation, what we are making, so we are just using of water land to making the building construction, road construction, creating dams, etc. So that makes kind of uh, increasing the chance of natural disasters. Okay? That should be avoided as far as possible. Okay. This is one of the key word in the this title of this conference, sustainable keyword. Another is the what we know there's a sustainable or the smart technology. Now this smart technology or whatever it is, this UNESCO report, this report of the Brundtland Commission suggests that we should follow the sustainable lifestyle and we must have education program oriented in such a way that people should be aware of all these issues, all the environmental issues. So that's why there's a very important to having that response of the education sector to the sustainable development. Okay, not only smart technology conference, the organization is not good enough. Okay, okay. Now, what's of the smart technology? Okay, I am really I have really some apprehension about this keyword, smart technology, because I believe any good technology is smart. Okay, any good technology is smart. For example, old days we are transporting people and the goods, loads of goods and other things, either through bullock cart or the horse-driven carriage, etc., etc. Then came the industrial revolution, or kind of say very special steam engine, okay, steam locomotive, railways. So that's of course the smart way of doing the work. So that's also of course the smart. But anyway, nowadays by the term smart technology, we mean something very special, very narrow domain. But anyway, that's a reality in the now technology, since is a very long way has come at this stage, and many people have given their own interpretation about the technology. Okay, So one is from the say layman's point of view. They refer technology to the tools or devices or methods for better living. So anything, maybe a railway, maybe a telephone, maybe mobile phone, maybe other than an electric fan. All this technology, all these tools, devices, methods, they consider the development of the technology or the development in the human beings or human society. And that's from the layman point of view. From practitioner's point of view, the technology is the application of the scientific knowledge for practical purpose, especially in industry. That means they are the people who have this scientific knowledge as a background, and they use that, exploit this knowledge, to generate something which is practically useful. Because some appliances, some methods, some technique, okay, for our everyday life or in real life. From the academician's point of view, this is a branch of knowledge dealing with the applied science. So if you ask any faculty members in your technical colleges, engineering institutes, they will say there's a branch of knowledge dealing with the applied science. So they have the basic physics or chemistry knowledge, and they apply it to make something or do something. From the business house point of view or the government's point of view or some big entrepreneurs point of view, technology is something, is the integration of skill, method, and process, and that is used in accomplishment of objectives. What is their objectives? This could be production of some goods, manufacturing something, or providing service, etc. Okay, so any of that concept for technology is good enough. That is a complete. But to get the whole picture, it means that. Now we know what is smart technology. The smart technology, what is mean by smart even? It should be highly efficient and presentable. Okay, highly efficient and should be easy to adopt, should be economic. There's a smart technology. And we look at very narrow way. We mean the smart technology means only that technology that uses artificial intelligence, machine learning, and say big data analytics to provide cognitive awareness. What does it mean? The cognitive awareness is in the human beings, in the animal itself. It's not present in inanimate objects. So that were considered inanimate in the past, but we try to incorporate some kind of cognitive awareness, a cognitive performance by those inanimate machines. Okay, I'll come to some examples. Now, with this term, the smart technology, we basically refer to a very special kind of engineering and technology, which is, in my opinion, is not correct. If you really want to make a sustainable development in all the domains of the society, you have to take care of or take the help of all other engineering groups and all other engineering experts. Okay. So what is the benefits of smart technology? Whatever it is, either by AI, machine learning, or the big data knowledge, or other ways. Okay. First one is the security. I'll come later into a little more detail. Second is the convenience. Third, we call the efficiency. And fourth one is the that must ensure the sustainability. But sometimes I have some question about that. Okay, so don't take this presentation as a absolute advocating for the smart technology for sustainable development. There are some questions still I believe to be answered. Okay, for this security, you are all aware of it. That is, it can protect your device and properties. You can protect your money. It can protect your family and others. And that utilizes some kind of biometrics. So that some system or the something, it can only be accessed if you have your own personalized signature, which cannot be copied, like face recognition. Your computer, your laptop sometimes have that kind of password to open it. Okay. You may have fingerprint. Many mobile phone are using that. Maybe iris pattern, iris recognition. Even you can draw a particular pattern instead of signature. Okay, signature again another biometric. You can draw some pattern to open or make your smartphone accessible. Okay, so by this way, the early days, this kind of signature cannot be accessed or processed or cannot be analyzed or recognized by any system. Now we have smart technology using the artificial intelligence, machine learning, the computer vision techniques. We can utilize all those personalized signature, we call the biometrics. We can also utilize the behavioral pattern. Okay, you have, simply speaking, you have the Gmail account. Okay, and you are using your laptop or your mobile phone for accessing your Gmail account. Okay, on a particular day, you try to access your Gmail account with proper login and password, but from another device. Immediately, Gmail will recognize that you are trying to access the account from some other IP address, and immediately will send a mail that a new device is trying to access your email account. Is it you? If you make it yes, then it will be okay. Otherwise, they will go on questioning. So if you try to access your sensitive password on your credit card bill, immediately they will send a SMS or SMS to your mobile phone that someone is trying to access this very special password. Is it you? Otherwise, you call. So this kind of alarming, which is violating your usual behavior pattern. You don't really access the all other devices to access your Gmail account. You don't use your very specialized profile password every day to change something in your account, of a credit card. So whenever there's an unusual behavior pattern, they sense that, analyze it, and try to alarm you. Okay. And there's a convenience. You can do multiple work with this, with a minimal effort. Okay. Say, for example, if I correct, this lecture is being listened by some people, maybe viewed by those people, being recorded, being what's that, broadcasted over YouTube. Might be. I don't know if it is going on there or not. Okay. So everything is going on, right? Recording, listening, broadcasting, everything is by this. Earlier, you had to have some operator. They are going on doing it, putting this knob on, putting this node off, etc. So now it's you can do it very comfortably. There's a all the smart system are allowing you to do that. Okay. Secondly, and most importantly, if you're typing the WhatsApp message, what do you say? After typing something, WhatsApp automatically suggesting you the this word, we are trying to the you don't really type each and every word, each and every character on your mobile pad. Okay. What you are doing, they are going on suggesting, and this is based on some smart data mining technique, which is part of this smart technology. If you buy a book on the Amazon's platform, immediately it will suggest this. You can also be interested in such and such books. Okay? So they are doing lots of data analytics, lots of machine learning techniques to suggest all these things. How to suggest. Secondly, it must be very efficient so that you need not wait for long, and that will save your time and money. And at the same time, this technology certainly usually avoids the wastage of energy. Suppose you have left your home after locking to an office without putting off the lights or fans or air conditioner. So that may be remotely controlled and or send the signal information to put it off over the internet, or they may be made smart enough that if they if they sense no activities within the room or within the building, they can automatically make themselves off so that they can save the energy. They can save the energy. Okay, so there are many ways the smart technology helps to get a better service with less effort. And this less effort means less spending less amount of energy or the money. Let's look at some of the smart technologies, some examples of smart technologies. Okay, and there are mainly three types or three categories. First one is the simplest one, the smart devices. Okay, this is mostly standalone. It's not connected to the internet, but they themselves have some processing power and some artificial intelligence based technology, which is generated or developed based on a huge amount of data through machine learning, and that may even be controlled by voice. That means you can give him the oral command, or even sometimes the gesture command. Through the gesture you can wave your hands to send the command. It can sense and can do accordingly. And in a whole, probably you are trying to emulate what is called augmented reality. You are all aware of the particular term virtual reality. Virtual reality is very popular in the 3D video game. We are put in completely unrealistic world or unrealistic environment, and we can do anything there, right? That's a kind of real, virtually real environment, a virtual real world. So that kind of, I'm not talking about the virtual reality. This is something in between. Everything is real. Most of the things are real, but the way of operating the things or way of interacting the things is a kind of virtual. Okay, so we call the augmented reality. We are talking with as if we are talking with a person, but not really a person. We are talking with a machine, but I got the feeling that's a is a kind of instruction I am giving orally or vocal instruction. It can understand and do accordingly, as if I'm talking with some intelligent human being or the person. Okay. Such examples are smart washing machines, smart coffee maker, and there's already you have many of you have in your home the Alexa, the device from the Amazon, okay, or the Kinect device connected to your video game so that you can play with your hand gesture. Okay. Now, this smart washing machines are long back, the 25 years old concept. There's a fuzzy logic that's controls depending on the uh, cloth load, temperature of the water, amount of detergent, everything. They set the timing automatically, wash it, rinse it, drying it. Okay, everything doing so. You don't have to do anything. Okay, smart coffee maker. You can. These are so personalized. It can make coffee of your particular preference. Okay, maybe in the morning it's a light coffee. Maybe in the evening it's a more a strong coffee, and so on and so forth. With milk, without milk. It's you can set it for your personal choice at different times. It can make the question, and you can share either through local networks, a Bluetooth remote, or the even the vocal command. Okay, uh, uh, I'm telling you a story. That's a few days ago. I am just discussing this kind of uh, machines with the with my colleagues, and he's trying to put each and everything as a smart machine nowadays. For example, smartphone. Why is a smartphone? There's a one example is the it can wake me up at 6 o'clock if I ask it to do. But I told him, okay, why it is smart then? Even my old timepiece, if I set the alarm at 6 o'clock, it could easily, that simple mechanical system could have wake me up. And then he agreed as well. Then in that case, that was also a smart clock that can do some smart thing. So it's up to you. That's how whether you can call a particular device as a smart device or not. But the way now days are going on, that we are looking for something smart without bothering about the whether it can do the basic work or not. For example, if I ask someone that, okay, I have a problem with my water tap in my basin, can you suggest me or give me the address or phone number of a plumber? My friend may give me the reference or the phone number of a plumber. At the same time, he also suggests that, well, you know, he's a very good in playing volleyball and also can write poems. But what will I do with that? I don't know. I want something to fix my plumbing problem, not the. I don't want the writing any poems or uh, going to form a volleyball team. Exactly similar way, we're trying to buy a phone, but always we go there and ask for the how many megapixel camera. Okay, what are the features there? We don't bother with whether they can making the phone call or not. Okay, sometimes. Okay, so there are another kind of device, another category of device. Those are smart but connected device. Earlier, the smart standalone device. Now it's a smart and connected devices. They are of course connected to internet. So you can send the comment not only locally, but from the distance. So from the office, you can ask your air conditioner to get it on and uh, make the temperature so soothing for you when you reach home after 1 hour or 2 hour or say 15 minutes. You can ask your garage door to open just before you are entering into your premises, and so on and so forth. So you can do it. There's a berries, and all these are basically gives a feeling that you are dealing with some smart people. Okay? For example, the smart security camera can even send alarm to yourself or even the law enforcing agency like police or the security guard if some burglar enters into room. Okay, and this kind of many smart connected devices are available and they are also already in use. Another important thing is the Internet of Things. Okay, IoT devices. They are actually uh, basically a big system with many devices, all externally connected to the internet, and you can control them either in a small group or all together, everyone at a single go. That is, they are micro and macro controllable, and these devices can talk to each other. They share data, um, share the processing power, and finally put together all the information to take the final decision or final operation. That means, in a sense, they are work collaboratively, and that makes a lots of big applications. And nowadays, you have heard of smartphone, smart city, etc. All these things. Now, these are all application of the smart technology. And this kind of development should be in line with the sustainable development, should be in line with our cooperating or supporting the environment. So for any such application or any such or utilizing any such exploitation of such technology, we have to be sure that that should not conflict with the interest of the environment. Okay? What the various factors of the sustainable development so that that can be taken care of by this smart technology. The first one is the design and construction of construction or manufacturing of the things. Okay, and we know this again, the present day's demand should be in line with the keeping enough space for the development in the future generation, in future days. Okay. Uh, for example, you have probably come across the news that there is a crisis of fossil fuel based electricity generation, mostly coal based electricity generation plant. And the situation is very serious in China, in Europe, and India also going to face such crisis. Okay. So in that case, probably we look for some other source of the other than the fossil fuel and everything. So the, such kind of design and construction and manufacturing should be henceforth should be eco-friendly, whatever we design, even the building or the house, the kind of should be eco-friendly. If you just look at the traditional or the indigenous way of doing or making the buildings in the northeast region of India, Assam, Meghalaya, Arunachal, the kind of technology or architecture they use is a different from the kind of technology architecture used in the Rajasthan or the Gujarat. Okay, why the environments are completely different, and the traditional buildings were constructed when there is not artificial air conditioning machine, artificial lighting, and at that time they were trying to build their housing or the other things in such a way that is at par or in line with the local environment. Okay, we must look at that to make any sustainable development. Nowadays, there's a very common practice to making the same kind of material, same design, same housing, making in the different parts of the world where the environment is completely different, but still we go for that. Okay, I'm already a little late, so I go a little quickly. So everything we look for the sustainable energy and constantly the fossil fuel crisis. We should look for the unconventional energy as much as possible, and so that environment pollution is reduced. We can reduce the global warming because of burning the fossil fuel and other things in the form getting the energy. And thirdly, the third factor is the importance of smart material. Okay, so material must be biodegradable and recyclable as much as possible. Already there is lots of awareness about avoiding plastics as much as possible and so on. Nanomaterial. So all these things we have to really, if we want to achieve, we have to get the help of the academicians. That means basically the education sector. Okay, so the role of academicians or the educators, they should show the path and raise the awareness and show the path to how to achieve or go for the sustainable development. Okay, so it's there the educators should participate in that program to train the people, develop the new technology, new ways of achieving the objectives, so that we can really look for them. So what do we expect? The academics or the academicians should respond very positively and proactively to this new challenge. that not a developing technology is not only the challenge, that should go by the environment without disturbing the environment. Okay, almost all branches of science and engineering should participate into that. But since the Benue is a well-known engineering college, I am just emphasizing on the different uh, engineering departments. Of course, all departments, all science departments are equally important, but I just make some kind of priority list from my point of view. That's a civil engineering point, building the roads and bridges and dams, and they should not disrupt the environment, local environment. The building dams should not flood very fertile regions and other things. Mechanical and electrical engineering mainly go for the manufacturing the goods or products. Okay, so manufacturing things must be in the proper way. Electronics engineering must come into the control of all the smart technologies and other things. Finally, the material science provide different kind of materials, so which is recyclable, biodegradable, or even the nanoparticles to make the things. Not all materials are equally usable. Recently, there is a lots of issues on the firecrackers in the Diwali time, and it's already Supreme Court has banned some chemicals which are traditionally used in the firecrackers and other things, like the barium nitrate, potassium nitrate, sulfur, etc. Okay, so though already smart technology has done some path-breaking work and make a very significant progress in developing a kind of smart technology, things which is readily usable based on the artificial intelligence, machine learning, and based on the big data analysis. So we must have the computer science, artificial intelligence, or machine learning experts should be involved, should be incorporated in this program of sustainable development. We also have the mathematician and statistician and data analytics professionals, so that from the available data of utilization, their after effects and everything, they should analyze and suggest the proper way of using the technology and appropriate domain. Okay. So now very specifically, I just mentioned a few things about the academic institute and I'll stop there. Okay. So first of all, we must restructure the curriculum. Okay. To not only the traditional way of teaching the different engineering discipline as civil or mechanical or electrical, very compartmentalized. It's not. We should state on multidisciplinary topics. So different branches can, if they want, they can choose subject from different domain, different branches, which may be useful for multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary work, and probably kind of data analytics course may be included in the every discipline. If it is not possible every discipline, as much as possible, they must know how to analyze the data, utilize the extracted knowledge to incorporate into the design. Because any smart, either it's a smart people or smart device, must be self-analytic, self-monitored, same critic. Okay. Otherwise, you cannot improve yourself. And secondly, we must point out the individual days of individual or personalized knowledge acquisition, personalized knowledge dissemination days are gone. Okay. Now it's a days of collaborative research, collaborative development, collaborative innovation or invention. So people should work in a group from different disciplines, maybe in the different in the way of consortium, and so the boundary between different faculties should be more transparent. They should communicate with each other. They should understand the terms and keywords of the other subjects so that when they discuss, they did not every term define or give the example of each and every term. Otherwise, the discussion will be made slow. Okay. So with that, I conclude by giving a few questions about the, because people are very excited of the smart technology. Sustainable development is a necessity. Smart technology and a way of helping it, but just random use of smart technology still I don't believe is a very good idea. For example, I just give you a question. We had seen the industrial revolution, and that relieves human beings from physical work. Earlier, what we have done by manual with our muscle power, now we have done it after industrial revolution. We have done it through our machine power or the power of the tools and the techniques. Whereas the smart technology is another kind of revolution, and that intends to relieve human beings from intellectual work. Please note that after being relieved from the physical work by industrial revolution, people have got more time doing the intellectual work. Now you are trying to relieve them from even the intellectual work, right? Earlier, I tried to remember, I tried to calculate, add or multiply or anything, doing it manually or by doing writing on the pen and paper. Now it's just a few key typing, and my mobile phone even gives a very good calculator that gives me the answer. I don't need to do any kind of calculation almost. I don't need to remember anything. There is a pocket calendar in my mobile. There are all of the things people are I don't remember the way I can reach my friend's house from my home because there is a Google map, everything. So my brain is no more working is the intellectual things. Okay. Days to come, even if I forget my friends, whenever I look at him or her, immediately Google or someone will tell me what is his name, what is his father's name, what is the address, when we are friends, what was his habits, everything will be told. I don't remember anything. Okay. I don't need to do any intellectual. What will happen then? Second, utilization of energy. Okay. Of course, fossil fuel energy is going to be to end limited. We are looking at the, people are very excited about the, electric bus, but you see, when you run the bus by diesel, there's a conversion of diesel to mechanical power. Okay, one transformation. Now, when you use the electrical bus from diesel, you generate the mechanical power that will run the turbine. That turbine will again run the basically the armature in your generator. Then the generator will generate the electricity that will be transmitted over the line which has some resistance and capacitance, and that will reach some place where you can charge the battery and then use that battery to run the wells. So at each and every transformation of energy, the efficiency is always less than 100. So altogether, to get the same amount of energy to run the bus, are we have ever considered that? People are very excited about the electric car, electric bus, and everything. But are we really utilizing the energy we have in a proper way to get it? Secondly, we are using everything very smart way, and that needs the electricity at each and every command, each and every processing of power and everything. That needs energy. And that energy needs some kind of basic form of material to convert into energy. Okay. Sorry. Another is a safe material. People are now very excited of the nanoparticles, but not all applications of nanoparticle is really safe. Second, we are talking about the nuclear power plant for sustainable unconventional energy. But many activities, environmental activities, have the serious concern about the nuclear power plant. We have to, this engineering, the faculty and the students and the experts and the professional must be very careful of utilizing all this energy, material, techniques, everything before declaring that safe or exploitable or usable for the sustainable development. With that, I thank you all for giving that answer. Okay, thank you. Over to Momita. Any question? Hello, Momita. Probably you are mute. Okay. You can unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sorry, Momita De is presenting another paper. Now I would request Dr. Shoboshachi Shen, Dean of Research and Development, to present the memento to you. Over to you, SS sir.
Can you hear me, Madhija? So, thank you, sir, for the observing session for almost an hour or so. And you highlighted a number of topics. I hope a number of students are also attending here, particularly some of the final year UG students and also some of the PG students are also attending. I think the topic that has been highlighted by sir will be only adding some
Screen sharing টা ইয়ে করে দিন।
dimension to this
করেছেন?
and also will promote them in or will encourage them, will provide necessary impetus to them for choosing R&D as their futuristic goal, because everybody, particularly in the computer science and IT students, they are mainly focusing on the software job, but they have got a profound area because this is slowly everything is now because of the industry 4, everything is now being controlled with the help of IT, and knowing the basics of that is becoming mandatory for the students. So there is a lot of scope to work. So for this future generation of the students where they can go, I think that has been wonderfully illustrated in this session. So thank you, sir, for getting your time out and sharing your wise ideas with us. In future also you may do similar sort of help from you, sir. So thank you, sir, again. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sen, and thank you all for attending it. Okay, so I have another meeting. If you allow, I just try to leave. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. And after this wonderful session, now we have with us Dr. Serdas Karbas, who is presently associated with Karamanoglu Mehmet Bey University, Turkey, as professor in Civil Engineering Department. He has expertise in the area of civil engineering, construction engineering, design engineering, and sustainable engineering, especially on the subjects of optimum design of steel structures, structural optimization of geometrically nonlinear structures, such as steel domes, size, shape, and topology optimization of pin and rigidly connected steel structure systems, optimization algorithms, optimum design of cold formed steel sections. His current research covers the use of meta-heuristic optimizations techniques that are found quite effective in obtaining the solution of combinatorial optimization problems, which are based on natural phenomena in the optimum design of structures. Moreover, as a research scholar in UCLA, USA, he studied on the principal shear axis in shear correction, factors of Timoshenko beam theory, and beam theories for anisotropic inhomogeneous cross-sections and semi-analytical finite element solutions of those. Now, without further delay, I would like to invite Dr. Serdas Karbas and ask him and request him to give his presentation. Over to you, sir.
Hi, everyone. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are absolutely audible.
Okay. Dear lady, thank you very much for your nice introduction and your nice meeting me to other people. And other thanks to, at first, conference chair of Dr. Sabayashi Shan to give me a chance joining with nice people to make my presentation. And other thanks, special thanks go to, let me share my screen at this time. And let me open my presentation. Yes. Okay. Everybody can see my screen now. Everybody can see my screen now. And let me open from PDF file. Yes. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, sir. It's absolutely visible.
Okay, thank you very much, lady. And let me do like this. Okay, I think it is okay for everyone. Okay, and other special thanks goes to Dr. Nilanjan Dey. Refer me to Dean Sabaya Ashishan to make this speech. And as lady introduced me, I am working on optimum design of city structures in generally, and my speech topic is design optimization of city structures via nature-inspired metaheuristic algorithms. And as she introduced me, my specialist is heuristic optimization techniques on city structures, and I am working for Karamanoğlu Mehmet Bey University Faculty of Engineering, Department of Civil Engineering as an associated professor doctor. And let me start with define the meaning of structural engineering. As structural engineering is this science and art of design and construction, which ensures that buildings, bridges, frames, and other structures can safely withstand the forces they may be exposed during their service life, considering economy and elegance. This is said by the structural engineering, which is the official publication of the Institution of Structural Engineers, London, UK. And from here, we can say that the designing of a structure must satisfy three main conditions. These are the stability, strength, and serviceability. What is the meaning of this? The stability is the whole or part of a structure should not lose its stability, should not slide, should not overturn under the influence of external loads. The strength meaning is that the sections or profiles that form the structure must safely withstand the stresses caused by the acting loads. And the serviceability means that it is necessary to ensure that the structures behave satisfactorily under the acting loads throughout its service life. And let me define this serviceability a little more. Think that you are sitting on a restaurant with your girlfriend, with your boyfriend at the 15th story of a building, and you are eating your lunch. And that building starts vibrating or starts displaced with another direction, and it disturbs you. For that reason, this building has to rigidity for excessive displacement, and it should behave in acceptable limits for occurring cracks, and it should providing continuous durability during its service life. And what else if it doesn't satisfy these three main conditions? Otherwise, we can face with this disaster, and or we can face with settlement like Pisa Tower. And now Pisa Tower is a very famous visitor attractive building, but in a point of engineering view, it is a big problem for structural engineers for now also. For that reason, as structural engineers, we have to satisfy stability, strength, and serviceability requirements who are provided by practice code of specifications from governments, from country governments. So a structural engineer normally design a structure by deciding the cross-sectional dimensions of sections that form the structures. When he or she does that, he or she trusts his or her intuition and experience. By this way, it is very hard to make a final decision, since the structural design is an iterative process, not a single process. It is an iterative process. I mean that when he or she decides on the dimensions of structural elements, and he or she goes to structures and put these dimensions on the structural elements, and then he or she tries to satisfy the requirements. If he or she doesn't satisfy the requirements, structural requirements, then he or she has to select new dimensions and try to safely design structure again by satisfying the constraints. Until the emergence of numerical optimization techniques, the solution of such design process was obtained by trial and error methods, like I said before. Thus, today, the solutions of engineering design problems can be achieved via nature-inspired methodistic optimization algorithms. To do this, at first, we have to mathematically model the formation of optimization problems. What I say, we have to process the requires determining the design variables, defining the constraints, and describing the objective function of the optimum design problems. Let's mathematically model what I'm saying. Since we design steel structures, our chief aim is minimize the structural weight of the our construction, and so our objective function is minimizing the weight of the structure, and we have some constraint like gx while satisfying this constraint by obeying the rules directed by the government specifications. So the solution of a design problem is to obtain the values of the design variables that minimize the objective functions while satisfying the design constraints, like you see in this figure. So the sizing problem of a steel structure can be modeled as design optimization problem, and we conducted a lot of study on this problem, on this design optimization problem, by using the different type of structures. So, design optimization of a steel structure required to select steel profiles from an available section list that ensures the behavior of the structure under external loads, satisfies the constraints determined by the specification, and make the total weight or cost of the structure as minimum. So here, as structural engineers, we have to decide, as I said before, which section should be assigned to which part of which element of the structures. We have to decide these in a sizing design optimization problem. As I said, to do this, we have to obey some constructional constraints, which is directed in manuals of specifications like load and resistance factor design released by American Institute of Steel Construction. So by obeying the structural loads in that specification, we can select sign profiles like wide flange steel I-shaped profiles from W sections list. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes. So, design optimization of still frames according to LRFT IASC, we can say we have to find the vector of showing the integer sequences of sections in the profile list. So we select some sequences number of the sections from a list. Here the ND is the total number of the still sections in that available section of list. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me go on. Yes. And by using this vector of row numbers, I mean sequence number of the profiles, still profiles, the unit weight of the still profiles can be calculated in a vector, in a row vector, as seen in this slide, and we can assign this selection to the members of the still structure. Okay, this selection must be made so that our objective function is minimum, which is the structural weight, namely cost of the still structure. So I will pass a little bit fastly these mathematical formulations, only briefly summarize it for giving some information. So we have at first strength constraints in that specification, in that design manual, like you see from these equations. And also we have some displacement drift constraint for overall of the structure or for the interstories of the structure as well. So we can say we have strength constraints, we have displacement and drift constraints. Also, we have some geometric constraints. In a steel structure, the flange of a column should be bigger than the flange of and web of the beam section. So we have geometric constraints, and we formulate this constraint as you see in these equations. Here, I need to define optimization techniques because we mathematically modeled our optimization problems, and we need a technique to solve this optimization problem, design optimization problem. So here we can use mathematical programming techniques as did before until the numerical optimization techniques is improved. We have used the mathematical programming techniques, but these techniques have some difficulties, like need deterministic rules, need gradient information, needing the selection of initial values for design variables for starting the iterations, and when the meteoristic techniques, or the other names, stochastic optimization techniques, is emerge, we take some easy way to solve optimization problems. Since these meteoristic techniques does not need any gradient information, they make random search and they need random rules in their characterization. Let me show a simple mathematical programming technique and show its difficulties on these formulations. If we handle a sequential linear discrete programming algorithms and let's think our objective function is minimization function, it's subject to some equalities and inequalities constraints. But as you see, for minimization the objective function, it needs some gradient, like gradient vector, Hessian matrix, etc. in their formulations. Also, as you see, x zeros, which means that this technique needs some initial assignments for design variables, which constitutes the objective functions and the constraints. So also this technique needs, as I said, this technique needs some deterministic rules for making some calculations. Let's now think we are solving our problem with using methoristic techniques, but before describe the methoristic techniques, we need to define our still frame optimization problem in a more wisely. So the optimum sizing design problem of a still structures involves discontinuous, namely discrete or integer variables and non-differentiable constraints. Also, our problem includes gradient-based optimization method, include non-gradient-based optimization information. So we couldn't use the gradient-based optimization method here. Also, depending on the number of variables in our problem, the dimension of design pool, the number of feasible sizing design combination is enormous. So we couldn't use trial and error method here. Also, integer programming methods such as sequential linear discrete programming or other branch of these methods bound algorithms, so it cannot be applied to this kind of structural design optimization problems. Here, we have to use methoristic algorithms since they present us very simple solution ways for our problem. So this kind of methoristic algorithms basically use natural phenomena, which means nature-inspired ideas or metaphors. These problems take their basic characteristic, basic principles from nature. How do they do this? Let me introduce. They simulate some natural events occurring in nature as a numerical optimization algorithms like survival of the fittest, immune system, simulated annealing of a metal, swarm intelligence of animals, cuckoo bird search, harmony search of a musician, and ant colony of ant swarms or bee colony behavior of bee swarms. And here I tried to show you some well-known nature-inspired methoristic algorithms like particle swarm optimization, differential evolution, harmony search, artificial bee colony, Big Bang, Big Crunch, Firefly, and so forth. As you see their schematic presentation of these algorithms. Here, as you see, we have some different branch of algorithms, physics-based algorithms, swarm-based algorithms, intelligence-based algorithms, etc. So, in this speech, I wish you to introduce the swarm intelligence-based optimization algorithms. Some of these, some basic algorithms, not all of them, some basic algorithms. Swarm intelligence algorithms are based on the observation of non-centralized collective behavior and self-organizing natural systems, such as ant colonies, swarms of fish, swarms of bees, or swarms of birds. Swarm intelligence systems are also typically populations of simple actors, simple individuals interacting with each other and their environment as in their swarms. So, as I said before, the nature-inspired methoristic algorithms take their principles from nature. For that reason, for understand the behavior of a swarm intelligence technique, we have to understand at first the swarm intelligence in nature. So, if you look at the nature, we can see that animals generally collect in a swarm and move together towards a particular direction in nature. This is the natural behavior of swarms, animal swarms, like stork swarms. If you see a stork swarm in sky, you can see this shape, this flying shape. Also, if you see a bird swarm in sky, you can easily see this swarm figure, swarm shape in sky when the birds flying in a specific direction. Also, if you look in a sea or in an ocean, you can easily see the fish swarms while they're foraging, while they're hunting, or while they protect themselves from other big fish. Or if you see a dolphin swarm in nature, you can see that they compatibility, they coherently move one direction to other direction in a swarm like this. Also, sheep are moving, or sheep are feeding in nature, as seen in the swarm. Or grasshoppers move as a group in their swarm, and they feeding by grasses in a swarm like this. Also, a honeybee swarm behave in nature, and they construct their hive like this. Or ants, very smart animals in nature, when they become in a swarm, they really intelligence very clearly. So if you look at a single ant, you can see that this single ant is not intelligence. But if you see the swarms in an ant swarm, you can see that they behave very intelligently. Also, if you look at a single bee in nature, you see that this single bee is not behave intelligently. But if you look at a swarm of bees in nature, you can see that they behave very intelligently. Or if you look at a single stork, you see that this single stork cannot even fly intelligently. This single swarm can easily lose its direction in sky. But if you look at the swarm of storks, you can see a compatible, a coherent fly in a specific direction. So, to be moving in a swarm gives some advantages to the animals, like provides ease to search for fooding, namely foraging, provides convenience while migrating, or provides defensive advantages against their predators, against their hunters. So we can easily say that a swarm overcomes successfully the jobs that the individuals of these swarms creating it cannot do this job alone. Okay, for example, let's look at migrating birds. And if we look at migrating birds in nature, we can see three simple rules. At rule 1, we can see that a bird avoids colliding with neighboring birds while flying in a swarm. Rule 2, this bird watch velocity, speed of the neighboring birds flying in that swarm. And also, naturally, this bird stay close to the other neighboring birds for an aerodynamic flight. So, feature of being a swarm, gives some advantages to the animals, like there are simple rules for individuals in that swarms. There is no central control mechanism, and also this swarm can developing to perform complex operations as a swarm, but these complex operations does not done by a single actor, single individual of that swarm. Here, I would like to introduce basic swarm intelligence algorithms, only two of which I will introduce you. The first one is particle swarm optimization algorithms. These optimization algorithms is developed by Kennedy and Eberhard on 1995. And these algorithms based on natural social behavior of animals in swarms. And this behavior is related to the grouping of social forces that considers the knowledge gained by the swarm, as well as the memory of each actor. Let me introduce a little more this PSO algorithm. In PSO algorithm, a certain number of particles are randomly placed in the search space to find the global optimum solution of the problem. And each particle represents a candidate solution to the optimum design problem. What I want to say is that here, as you see, we have a global optimum point here, and in this search space there are some particles randomly placed, randomly located in this search space, and they are looking to find this global optimum solution point. So in these algorithms, at first the positions, locations of randomly selected particles are set, and the velocities, speeds of these particles are assigned at the initialization of PSO algorithm. And the position and velocities of the beginning particles are calculated using following equations. The position vector and the velocity vector. You see here, there is a R multiplication, R coefficient, which means this R is a randomly generated number in the range of 0 and 1. And here, Xmax and Xmin are the upper and lower bounds of the design variables. And so, let's take a single particle in the search space. You see at the beginning it has its own current position, and by formally described equation it's direct to global best position, and before it's go other maybe local optimum position, and that, but at the end these particles move to global best position. And so the positions and the velocities of the beginning part, I'm sorry, it goes back. We should go, yes, further. For the positions of the, I'm sorry, okay. For the positions of the particles in the search space, the values of objective function should be calculated, and the calculated objective functions is stored, which are having a minimum objective function value at iteration k. Concurrently, the global optimum design, the value of global optimum design objective function is updated in next iteration. And here you see that at first we have a position of a single particle at x, and then the best position of particle is assigned by p, updated by p, and it moves to best global position of among all particles. And here the calculation of new position is formulated by this equation according to its position vector and velocity vector. And the velocity of each particle is updated again in next iteration. This process are continue until reaching stopping criteria. This criteria can be the standard deviation or can be the predefined number of maximum iterations. So let me animate these definitions in a single animations in these figures. As you see, we have some particles, and these particles is updated to direct to move the global solution of the problem. So in search space, we have some random particles. The initial velocities and initial particles, initial positions of the particles are randomly assigned. And as you see, when its velocity and positions are updated, this particle start to move global optimum point, which is the dark red point in this global search space. At the end, when they reach the termination criteria, you see that nearly all particles in an objective function finds the global optimum position, means that global optimum solution of the problem. And the other algorithm is the artificial bee colony algorithm, which is developed by Dervish Karaboğa in 2005. And this algorithm mimics the natural nectar, natural pollen collecting process of a honeybees. So in nature, when a worker bee finds a pollen source or a nectar source, it comes back to hive and it starts a waggle dance. It starts a wagtail dance, as you see in this figure. The duration of this waggle dance gives information to the other bees in the hive, the direction and the amount of food in that pollen source. So when other bees go out from hive, they look at sun, and according to the wagtail dance, they find their direction to the food source, to the pollen source. So wagtail dance of honeybee workers give other bees the direction informations, the food amount in the food source. So the artificial bee colony algorithm simulates this natural phenomenon. So in order to conduct this algorithm, we have three main factors, which are the worker bees, onlooker bees, and the Scott bees. Let me define the worker bees. These bees responsible for finding the nectar or pollen source, and these are responsible for determining the amount of nectar in that source, and they memorizing the sources with nectar quality in the pollen source, and they flying back to the hive and share this knowledge with other bees by waggle dance in the dance area at the hive, as I said before. And this dance duration shows the amount and quality of the nectar in the food source, in the nectar source. And in this algorithm, we are using onlooker bees as other agents. So these bees watching the waggle dance, making by worker bees, and they flying to the nectar source if decided worth it. And sources with more nectar attract more onlooker bee. And the last agent in this algorithm is Scott bees. These bees searching for new nectar sources around the hive by flying randomly around the hive, and worker bees whose nectar source has been abundant, has been consumed, becomes Scott B, and they start searching for new food sources around here as Scott B. In general, Scott bees perform an extensive search for finding new pollen sources, but worker and onlooker bees perform local search, as I defined before. So let's look the algorithm steps in a brief. At first, initially, the total number of bees in the bee colony is decided, and then initial nectar source is identified. Each nectar source is a potential solution of the design optimization problem, and we can define the initial nectar source randomly by this equation. And in these algorithms, you can see the worker bee phase is formulated by these formulations. As I said, worker bee looks for new nectar source, and this nature phenomena is simulated by this formulation. And then the feasibility of the nectar source is calculated by this fitness equation. And in onlooker bee phase, these bees are responsible for choosing the new nectar source according to the probability value. So we should simulate this nature phenomena in the algorithm by using this formulation. So when the Scott bees are sent to initially determined nectar sources, these algorithms repeat starting from beginning until stopping criterion is met. At first, worker bees are sent to nectar sources and determine the amount of pollen at that source. And then the algorithm determines feasibilities of pollen sources that onlooker bees find worth to fly. And then algorithms send the onlooker bees to those nectar sources and determine the pollen amounts in that source, and then stop searching on resources whose nectar has been abundant. And then the Scott bees randomly start to fly around the hive to find new nectar source. Up to this step, the algorithms kept the best solution, best pollen source as the best objective function of the problem. And now let me show a simple, very simple example. Please don't worry, it doesn't know anything about structural engineering because it is a very, very simple problem. It is only one bay, one story frame. You can think this as your table, as your chair, etc. So it has only one beam element, mean lateral element, and two column elements, two vertical elements. So we have to assign a still section to the beam, to the lateral element, and we have to assign another section, still section, to the column, to the vertical elements of this structure. Here we have a simple constraint. The lateral drift, lateral displacement, lateral movement of the beam should be smaller than 10 millimeters. And the elasticity modulus of the steel material used for steel sections is 205 gigapascal. And we have only two design variables to assign beam and column elements. For member groups, what is the member groups? One group is beam. The other groups are same as columns of the structures. So we have to select different steel profiles to the beam and columns from a list in design manual, which includes 272 steel I-shaped W section. So when we have a look at this W steel profile list, we can see that in first column, these profiles has the sequence number started from 1 to 272. In the second column, you can see the designation, the names of the still profiles, and the others are the geometrical and mechanical properties of these still sections, like width, width of the flange, deep of the web, etc. So let's use the PSO algorithm, particle swarm optimization algorithm, and it is very simple problem. So we can select the swarm size, particle swarm size as 6. We can use only 6 particle to select the still profiles to these beam and columns members. So our swarm size is 6, which means that each particle is the solution, included the solution of the design optimization problem. So each particle randomly selects a sequence number as I1 and I2 for beam elements. This 56th element is assigned to beam, and this 81 element is assigned to columns of the member, which designations are W310, 129, and 360 and 122, as seen selected by other particles. So what I'm saying, this particle come through this list and randomly select the sequences number. Only select sequence number, and then the designation and the geometrical and the mechanical properties are ready here in this list. And then when this selection is randomly did, we come to solution of the problems. All solutions of the particles are put in the formulation, in the constraint formulation, strength constraint, displacement constraint, geometric constraint, and the calculation of constraints are performed. At the end, we find our objective functions, which is the weight of this simple steel frame structure. As you see, the fifth particle is the fifth particle reaches the minimum structural weight as 1,352 point blah blah blah. But here you see the situation after 10 iterations. If we continue the iterations after 50 iterations, you will see that again, in chance, the fifth particle still has the minimum objective functions, and it decreased the objective function value from 1,352 kilograms to 440 kilograms. And at the end, as far as I remember, the maximum number of iteration is 1,000 in this design example. After 1,000 iterations, you see that the algorithm selects this still profile to beam and this still profile to the columns of the simple still frame. And our strength ratio, its upper bound is 1, is obtained as 0.98. And as you remember, our lateral displacement constraint was 10 millimeters, and our algorithms reach 6.34 millimeters. It is under the upper bound of this displacement. And finally, this algorithm finds the minimum weight of the steel frame as 417 kilograms, or 4.0 0.09 kilonewtons. Yes, all these algorithms work in this logic, in this rational. Now, let's look at real structures, large scale, real size structures like skyscrapers. In so many developed countries, at the downtown of developed countries, you can see these skyscrapers a lot of amount. So let's take the longest structure in the world, Burj Khalifa, constructed in Dubai. It has 828 meters, and it has 163 story in its building, and in its construction 330,000 meter cube concrete and 55,000 ton steel bar are used, and its construction took 22 million working hours to build this construction. Now, imagine if the designers use the optimum design techniques, naturalistic optimum design techniques, and imagine that they only saved 10%, in its construction. If they used, as I said, if they use materialistic optimization techniques. So this 10% save equivalent to 33,000 meter cube concrete and 5,500 ton steel bar only. And this means that today global warming has become an extreme threat to the future of humanity, future of us, future of our children. So the emission of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere caused by industrial activities. And the industrial activities is held the most responsible actor of releasing carbon dioxide, and this causing global warming. So if you look at this United States energy consumption by sector, you see that the building operations is responsible for energy consumption nearly 42%. It is a huge percentage. So, and another definition, scientific definition, in order to produce 1 ton of cement, the firing of limestone and clay releases nearly 700 kilograms of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. As a result, concrete production contributes around 8 to 15% of carbon dioxide emission amount every year. So we have to reduce the carbon dioxide emission into the atmosphere from industrial activities. So we can done this reduction only using the optimization techniques in our design processes. For that reason, please try to use optimum design techniques, especially in engineering design processes, and reduce the release of carbon dioxide emission. So thank you for listening my speech. If questions, I can take your questions. Thank you again.
In insulation
Thank you,
thickness
sir.
will
Thank you
have
so much.
reduced effect
Now,
than the gap
if
capsules.
there is any question,
Moving on to next slide.
sir would like to answer them. So if anybody has any question, you can
This
feel
is
free
an
to
tabulation form
ask
for
sir, or you
the
can also write it in the chat
electrode
box.
radius, material permittivity, and insulation thickness. And as per the graph is shown over here,
Okay, so I would
the
ask.
average value of fringing
Okay,
effect is
yes. So anybody, any
8.3%,
question, participants?
13.32, and 13.
Lady, I hear another
7.4%.
sound, another lady's
So
sound
generally,
background.
the insulation thickness is
Asking some question or another sound, I couldn't
shown clearly.
understand
Okay.
it.
So, no,
I am hearing
let
another
me just-
lady's sound, another lady's announced background.
no, sir. Actually, no. She's not. I mean, she's not
Okay,
asking any
okay. Now
question.
it is normal. Now
Okay,
it is
yes,
normal.
yes,
Okay,
yes,
now
okay.
it is normal. If questions, yes, I can happy to answer that questions.
Yes. Anybody? Any question? So yes, sir is here, so you can ask any question. So yes.
Yes, sure, exactly.
Increase of dielectric.
Is there any question else?
Yes. Any question, participants? Sir, I don't think anybody has any question.
Okay,
I mean, the
no problem.
presentation
If there is any questions later, they can easily connect me from email, my email address. I can easily answer that questions from email. No problem for me.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. So, I mean, your presentation was really so explanatory. So, I really don't think they have any questions.
Thank you very
So
much.
now,
Thank you very much.
now I would request Professor Indranath Sharkar to give you the memento. Okay.
Thank you very
Over
much.
to you. Over to you, Indranath, sir. I'll just share my screen. Yes.
আমাকে আনমিউট করো ম্যাডাম আপনি ক্যামেরাটা বন্ধ করুন ক্যামেরাটা বন্ধ করুন এখান দিয়ে বলো
Thank you, sir.
Uh,
It was a wonderful
welcome.
session.
of electrostatic radius with the force, and whenever we are plotting the electrode
So on behalf of JS College of Engineering, kindly accept this small token of honor.
as the force increases. And in the right hand side,
Thank you very much, sir.
15 shows that due to change of air gap,
Thank
the
you, sir.
electrostatic force reduces.
Thank you.
And with the increase of
If anything
radius,
else
the
doesn't happen, I wish
at
your leave
the
to
maximum
go
electrode
out
radius
because
and
I have
minimum
another meeting.
electrode air gap,
Thank you for
electrostatic force
listening
is
me.
greater.
Thank
Next slide,
for
please.
everybody.
Thank you, sir. It was our pleasure to have you. Thank you.
This is the
It's my
Bye-bye.
pleasure. Thank you very much. Bye bye for all.
Change in
Bye
their
bye.
radius
Thank you.
with respect to
Bye.
Thank you very
displacement.
much.
Of displacement with respect to change in actuation layer
Participants,
radius and dielectrics constant. For both these cases,
Participants,
displacement
don't
enhances,
leave right
but
now. I
in
mean, just after a
simultaneously,
few
due
minutes,
to
we will start the
reduction in
technical session.
actuation layer
So
and
please
insulation
have patience and
thickness,
please wait.
the
Thank you.
electrostatic force reduce.
Good afternoon, one and all present over here. Now we are moved to our first technical session one. Myself, Soumyabrata Saha, along with me, Dr. Inna Sarkar. Inna sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are
Yes. Okay. And in this session, we have Dr. Himadri Shekhar Datta from Professor from the Kalyani Government Engineering College. Sir is welcome to the GIS College of Engineering International Conference. Welcome you, sir. We have Dr. Devdatta Pal, Associate Professor and Head of the Department of the Brennor University. Ma'am, welcome to the GIS College of Engineering, this International Conference Technical One session. We have Dr. Angshuman Sarkar, sir. He will deliver the talk. Angshuman sir, welcome to the session. Angshuman sir, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, welcome you, sir. Now, in first, there is a session talk by Professor Angshuman Sarkar. Before proceeding to the talk, I welcome once again Dr. Himadri Shekhar Datta. Dr. Himadri Shekhar Datta received his B in Electronics and Communication Engineering from Kalyani Government Engineering College, and he has completed his MTech degree on the Optics and Optoelectronics from the University of Calcutta. He has completed his PhD degree from the Institute of Radio Physics and Electronics, University of Calcutta. Professor Datta worked as the assistant professor at Kalyani Government Engineering College from 2010. Before that, he was a faculty member of the A.K. Chaudhary School of Information Technology, University of Calcutta, and worked over there more than 6 years. He was the chairperson of the IEEE Young Professional Kolkata sections for the 2 consecutive years, 2016 and 17. And his research area are include of the optoelectronic device and sensors, medical image processing, embedded system. He has successfully supervised 3 PhD scholars and currently supervising 4th PhD student. He was funded, executed the one R&D project by the DST, West Bengal. Welcome you, sir, in this session. And we have Dr. Devdatta Pal. She is completed her PhD in University of Calcutta, Department of Computer Science and Engineering. Dr. Pal working as the Associate Professor and Head of the Department in Brennor University. And she has more than 50 number of international publications. Welcome you, Dr. Devdatta Pal ma'am and Dr. Himadri Shekhar Datta sir in this technical session. And as well as all the authors who are presented over here. Then I am on behalf of the organizing committee, I am welcoming you once again. I request Himadri Shekhar sir to invite Dr. Angshuman Sarkar sir to conduct the talk first, then we will go for the paper presentations. Over to you, Himadri Shekhar sir.
Thank you. So welcome all to our this technical session, and first of all, thank you organizer for inviting me. And in this session we have 8 technical papers and obviously one invited talk by Professor Sarkar. And before I inviting Professor Sarkar, I introduce him as Professor Sarkar is presently serving as a professor of electronics and communication engineering in Kalyani Government Engineering College, West Bengal. He has earlier served in Jalpaiguri Government Engineering College and Kalyani Government Engineering College as lecturer, assistant professor and associate professor of EC department for more than 20 years. He received the MTech degree in VLSI and microelectronics from Jadavpur University. He completed his PhD from Jadavpur University in 2013. His current research interests span around study of short channel effect of sub 100 nanometer MOSFET and nano device modeling. He is a senior member of IEEE, life member of Indian Society of Technical Education, that is ISTE, fellow of Institution of Engineers, that is IE, India, and currently serving as a chairman of IEEE Electron Devices Society, Kolkata chapter. He has authored 6 books, many contributed book chapters, 86 journal papers in international referred journals, and 57 research papers in national and international conferences. He is a member of the board of editors of various journals. He is reviewer of various international journals. He is currently supervising 6 PhD scholars and has already guided 5 students successfully as a principal supervisor. He has delivered invited talk, tutorial speech, expert talk in various international conferences, technical programs. He has organized IEEE International Hello.
Yes, thank you, Professor Himadri Shekhar Datta, for your kind introduction. I think I am audible to all of you.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay, and the slides are visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Okay. So let me, my today's topic is, so first of all, I would like to thank you, the organizer and JIS College of Engineering for providing an opportunity to deliver me the invited talk in the session talk. The lecture topic is tunnel fit opportunities, trends and challenges. So in this lecture, the things that I'm going to cover is introduction to the topic. Then I'll talk about what a good fit is supposed to do. Then we'll discuss about the importance of the lower subthreshold slope or swing. Then we'll go in brief why tunnel fits are required, what is the basic operation of tunnel fit, what are the recent trends and challenges associated with the tunnel fit, and finally we'll conclude with the topic. I'll try to, Indranath, I'll try to cover it within 30 minutes, okay? Is it okay? 30 minutes?
Yes, it is absolutely okay.
Okay, I'll try to cover the whole thing within 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Because already we are running late, it seems. Okay, so initially, let's start with the transfer characteristics of a conventional MOSFET, where you can see the drain voltage versus gate current. Drain current versus gate voltage is plotted in a log scale. So in this figure, you can see the key figure of merit is the subthreshold slope, which is the inverse of the current of the as a function of the gate to source voltage. And we know the more steeper the slope, the more quickly the device enters from the off state to the on state and vice versa. And the figure also shows it that if we reduce the supply voltage, what will happen? The on current reduces, but the off current remains, if off current remains almost constant. So it's basically a disadvantage. And because reduction in the on current causes a reduction in the switching speed. We can see as we can reduce the gate voltage, we can see the reduction in the on current. As I told, it is a disadvantageous. And therefore, theoretically, if a device, so this is the need for a device with a higher subthreshold slope. So theoretically, if we have a device that is having a higher subthreshold slope, so we can achieve a higher on-state current, particularly at a reduced gate voltage. So this is important. So if voltage reduces, obviously we can achieve a reduction in the power. So let us see what a good FET is supposed to do. Let us consider 2 points: on-state performance and the power consumption. So we need a good on-state performance. So, in this regard, the most important figure of merit is probably the tau or delay, which is given by CV over I or current. That will give you the delay. So we require it as small as possible. The expressions as shown in these are a basic textbook expression. So in order to obtain a better on-state performance, what we can do, either we need to change the material to have a higher mobility, or you need to scale down the device. So basically we are having two knobs to make an improvement or make an enhancement in the on-state performance. But remember, when you scale the device, you need to be very cautious and we need to be very careful. Otherwise, detrimental short channel effect will appear or they will dominate. So let us consider the second point, that is the power. So for circuit application of the devices, this power consumption should be as small as possible. And the power consumption is, normally of two types. One is static and another is dynamic. Now, if we have a device which is having a DIBL, that is a short channel device, the offset performance will increase as shown in the figure, and as a result, the power distribution it's obvious that the power consumption will increase exponentially. So we need to avoid it, but the question is how to avoid this. So what limit basically the subthreshold slope? So let us see, to answer this question, let us see the band diagram of the MOSFET. So if in this figure, we can see the energy band diagram of a typical N-type MOSFET is plotted because we have an N-type source. So it is relevant to look at the distribution of the N-type source. So this distribution has a thermal tail, as you can see in this figure. The distribution has a thermal tail shown in the red color, and conduction band profile along the direction of the current flow is shown, where it divides all the carrier contributing to the current. So look at this thermal tail. This thermal tail actually constitutes the offset current, and as you can see, the band diagram can become lower, the band can become lower, the barrier can become lower, but the carrier above the barrier, the carriers which are lying above the barrier can move to the other side of the barrier and can contribute to the leakage current. So that even if the device is assumed to be offset, in offset, okay. So therefore, it is only the tail of the carrier that causes, or the tail of the carrier of the source Fermi distribution that causes or that contribute to the current. So if we will get a significant offset leakage current in case of a MOSFET, and that's how tunnel FET comes into the picture. So a larger fraction of Fermi distribution tail can be opened, and as a result, there will be an exponential increase in the current. So therefore, it is the tail of the Fermi distribution that contributes towards the subthreshold swing. Okay, now we'll see the various emerging nano devices, and based on the physical phenomena, we can see various emerging nano devices. And out of these nano devices, there are basically three types of nano devices we can see. One is electrical dependent, one is magnetic dependent, and other is let me on the hotspot. Okay, one second, just a minute. In my place, the current is power is problem. Wi-Fi. Just a minute. For a moment, I will be disconnected. I will connect again. Okay. I will be connecting again. Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. So I got disconnected in between. Now I got connected again. Okay, so I was talking about, let us go to the slide. So there are basically three types of device, as we told, mechanical dependent, magnetic dependent, and electrical dependent. So we'll talk about the electrical dependent nano devices, and out of those electrical dependent nano devices, mainly we'll talk about the tunneling based devices. So we'll be in this lecture, we'll be considering only the tunneling based devices. So why tunnel FET is required? So that we will try to answer first. So you can see it is one of the most promising devices. Notice here, I have highlighted the term promising with red color. That is intentionally I have done it because tunnel FET only promises at this particular point. So they haven't understood that they haven't actually demonstrated that promise yet. Now, what I try to mean is there is a lot of theoretical announcement that is showing a huge possibility and potential by the tunnel FET, but experimentally the tunnel FET device doesn't realize that yet. So in other words, there is no tunnel FET till to date fabricated experimentally that can demonstrate a performance which can replace MOSFET by its overall nature. So they are all, I can say, they are all promising. So these are the key potential as listed over there. And this is a tunnel FET structure. Let us come to a tunnel FET structure. It is similar to a MOSFET, but it is a PIN structure. That is a PIN diode structure. So that is the difference of structure between a MOSFET and the tunnel FET. Let us go to the working of the tunnel FET in brief. So in an N-type tunnel FET, we know there is a P-type source. So it is relevant to consider the distribution of the holes there. So let us consider the energy band diagram of the tunnel FET, which is a gated PIN structure, as shown in the figure. So when we apply gate voltage, the band bending takes place, and unlike the MOSFET, due to that PIN structure, there is a large barrier present for the holes at the source. So it blocks up. It actually blocks to the lot up to the off current, and changing the gate bias. If you change the gate bias, it causes up and down movement of the bands, and due to that band pass filter action, the offset current leakage of that is always blocked and causing a lower offset leakage current in case of a tunnel FET. So the way it works is that the electron in the valence band can tunnel through, and that when there comes to face to face with the conduction band, that can tunnel to the conduction band, and that tunneling depends upon the tunneling barrier as shown in the figure. There is a large tunneling barrier as shown in the figure, so a large potential, and the amount of tunneling is less in this case. So if the tunneling barrier is small, then obviously the amount of tunneling will increase, and by changing the gate pass, we can achieve the same. So that's how in principle. So you can see over there that in this case, the application of a gate voltage causes the change in the tunneling barrier, and hence the change in the rate of tunneling. So in principle, by this principle, the tunnel FET can offer a steeper substitute slope, and you can see the carrier injection mechanism in case of a tunnel FET is totally different from a MOSFET, because it is worth mentioning that the MOSFET relies on the thermionic carrier injection, whereas in contrast, the tunnel FET depends upon the band-to-band tunneling mechanism. We can see, okay. So these are the various slides or the various effect of the gate bias and the tunneling takes place. These are the figures. Okay, so in principle, as we have already seen, the tunnel FET can offer a substitute slope, particularly less than 60 millivolt per decade, because primarily due to its difference in the carrier injection mechanism. So we'll see some animation, particularly to demonstrate the operation of the tunnel FET. So in this animation, you can see, look at the steeper substitute slope. So you can turn them on and off more rapidly, that is using a less voltage. Look at also the ambipolarity of the tunnel FET, particularly which is dominant at VG, when VG or gate to source voltage is less than 0 volt. So a lot of tunneling can occur also through the drain. So this is a potential challenge, or this reduction in the ambipolar current is a potential research challenge. Okay. So this is, you can see this in this figure, for a particularly UTB SOI term MOSFET with gate length less than 40 nanometer. Look at how the gate voltage is controlling the band bending at the center of the device. You can see the steep substitute slope and their alignment, and this animation clearly shows the origin of the ambipolarity of the device. So device operation, you can see the tunnel FET operation of the current. You can see this is the position, the current when the band aligned like this. This is the current, and next this is the when the lot of tunneling occurs from the valence band to the conduction band. This is the current we obtain, and this is the ambipolar. This is detrimental. This we need to reduce. So what are the opportunities and challenges of the tunnel FET? So the opportunities and the challenges of the tunnel FET, if we sum it up here, this is the subthreshold slope, or the steeper subthreshold slope is an opportunity, and so it can cause a reduction in the low standby power, which causes the applicability of the tunnel FET for a low power operation. And now the challenges. The challenges of the tunnel FET is primarily the challenges is to boost the on current by either by band gap engineering or on state performance improvement needed, and exploitation of different innovative nanostructure can be employed in order to achieve these challenges. Now we'll go in brief to the state of the tunnel FET, and instead of the tunnel FET, we'll see, we'll try to find the answer to the question that why there is a discrepancy found between the simulated and the experimental results, particularly in case of a tunnel FET. Okay, so we'll see why there is a difference in the experimental and the simulated characteristics. This is a curve actually taken from the review paper of the CBAG in 2014. They have considered almost all simulation from all that contemporary papers, and look at the black dots. These are the plot of the experimental data obtained from the FinFET, 16 nanometer FinFET made by TSMC in 2013. So you can see a lot of simulation results provide even better result than that experimental MOSFET, or that with that black dot shown in that black dot. That is much steeper turn on, lower off-state current, better on-state current. Everything is so the simulation results shows a lot of promise, and basically we can conclude that that simulation the experimental results in this case are inferior as compared to the simulated result. But if you compare the experimental tunnel FET as in contrast to the simulated tunnel FET, we'll see a totally different picture. Let us see it. So experimental tunnel, we'll see on the experimental curves, none of the tunnel FET in this case can provide a better result, even they are close to the performance of the MOSFET. So simply we can conclude that they cannot beat the MOSFET benchmark, particularly even if the MOSFET, the MOSFET we know they suffer from the lower offset current, and particularly at very lower technological node, they may behave like they may not behave like a transistor. Okay, so why, the question is why this discrepancy, and one of the reasons that we'll try to answer, particularly the consideration of the defect state and the trap assisted tunneling that causes the because of the result of the discrepancy. So let us see an ideal general structure of the tunnel FET. So in order to find that, in order to answer the discrepancy, so let us see an ideal structure of a vertical tunnel FET. So lot of vocabularies are there: perpendicular tunnel FET, line tunnel FET, inline tunnel FET, vertical tunnel FET, all mean the same. So there is basically a P layer acting as a source. There is a N layer acting as a drain. And in this case, we are tunneling all over the area instead of a line as shown in the figures. That's why it is called a line tunnel FET. So under the influence of the gate bias, we can induce a band bending, and the vertical band-to-band tunneling to take place. The red arrow, particularly in this figure, shows the current path. So this is a general structure we can see. So this is in this figure basically a point tunnel FET and the area scale tunnel FET, they are getting compared. So despite the ability to combat the short channel effect, the voltage scaling, or to minimize the voltage scaling and minimize the leakage, the conventional PIN type of tunnel FET, line tunnel FET, suffers from the actual low on-state current, which can be primarily mitigated or overcome with the application of a point tunnel FET. So point tunnel FET versus area tunnel FET will continue, but we will be discussing in brief. So basically, this introduction of that area scale tunnel FET improves the tunneling probability and primarily improves the on-state current. But this has to be remembered. This is at the cost of a increased SRH leakage current. It does so. So these are the few new structures or few new nanostructures or new structures of tunnel FET, which are being nowadays continuously used by the researchers over the world. One of them is TMDC tunnel FET, or transitional metal dichalcogenides based devices. like molybdenum disulfide or say graphene. Okay, some 2D structures are used nowadays for introducing the tunnel fit. So we'll now see, in this figure, we'll now try to compare the various input characteristics of the various switching devices like tunnel FET, MOSFET, okay, NC FET, and others. So nano NEMS switches, etc. Impact ionization FET, etc. So far, the most promising alternative for supply voltage reduction while maintaining a steep subthreshold slope is tunnel FET. It has the potential to offer the low leakage and the adequate on-state current particularly at a lower supply voltage. But remember, it is all promises. It is only due to the simulation. Experimentally, still we haven't achieved so far a tunnel FET which can produce the same in order to replace a conventional MOSFET. So now I'll try to answer why the most of the tunnel FET simulation results shows better or superior result than the experimental results. So number 1 point is the lack of consideration of the traps and defects. So this is a big concern. Normally in the simulation, the simulated results, they doesn't take care of the traps and defects. So this is one primary reason. And that doesn't been taken care in the simulation. So that's why that simulated results, there is a big discrepancy like and the experimental results. So here the tunneling, as you can see, in case of this tunnel FET, we can see will not give, our time is very limited, so we will not be going into the details, but we'll see the main result we'll see. So there is a strong relationship between the band-to-band tunneling and the generation recombination. So but we are not taking care of that generation recombination. That maybe can be discussed in another part or in this lecture. So there is a strong relationship or a strong inter-operation or relation between the band-to-band tunneling and generation recombination. So as the generation recombination, so if you can calculate the net generation recombination, like particularly the auger generation recombination, so BTBT has many similarities with the generation recombination mechanism. So both are basically BTBT and auger. They both are generation recombination phenomenon. So in both cases, Fermi golden rules are applicable. So BTBT depends on both actually depends on the wave function overlap. So that is shown over here in this case, in this figure. So both they actually require the perpendicular momentum conservation. So if this kinds of similarity and this kinds of physical mechanism, the consideration of that physical mechanism is missing in the simulation results. And that's why we found a lot of discrepancy between the simulated result and the experimental result. So that is shown over here, that BTBT and the relationship between the BTBT and generation recombination. We can also show, if time permits, we can also show that how that consideration of generation recombination will bring the simulated results close to the experimental results. So finally, we'll come to the remark. So auger is intrinsic, so no way we can reduce it. And auger and BTBT, both are generation phenomena and they are tightly linked, as we told. So consideration of auger recombination is highly required. So experimental tunnel FET has not lived up to the ideal simulation. So we need to understand the reason of the discrepancy. So this auger recombination is one of the reasons. The consideration not the consideration of auger recombination is one of the primary reasons behind that discrepancy. So maybe in future tunnel FET model will consider the auger recombination. And as we can see, in a simulated result, the consideration of auger recombination will make the simulated results more close to the experimental result. So these are the tunnel FET. These are the primary issues: low on-state current, ambipolar current, and random doping fluctuation. And these are the solution to these issues. So finally, I'm going to the last slide. That is the summary. So in summary, what we can see: a steep subthreshold slope. The benefit of the tunnel FET is a steeper subthreshold slope, a larger ion by I of ratio, and the geometrical scaling. And primarily, some of the designs are compatible with the silicon germanium or conventional CMOS process. So these are the benefits and the challenges. Primarily, poor experimental drive current. Experimental drive current is less. Ambipolar conduction is another problem. The fabrication of the P-type tunnel FET, that is the counterpart of the N-type tunnel FET, is difficult. Asymmetric device behavior can cause a issue in the, particularly for the SRAM production or SRAM circuit generation. So they are most attractive, particularly at a low operating voltage, where the product frequencies may not be so interesting. So at a high operating voltage, the performance may not be so good. So this is another issue. So these are the challenges. We have already discussed about the benefits and the challenges. Now trends. Nowadays, electrically doped tunnel FET or electrostatic doping in the source, that is being used in order to overcome or mitigate the poor experimental drive current. A charge plasma concept in the source, that is also being currently used in order to avoid or mitigate the ambipolar conduction. A 2D material in the channel, particularly 2D material means the use of graphene or MOS2 or those TMDC materials are being used nowadays in order to solve that geometrical scaling problem. And a heterostructural tunnel FET is nowadays being used in order to avoid all these things or avoid all these problems. And particularly an ultra-thin gate oxide, particularly by the use of hafnium dioxide, it can be used to increase the tunneling probability and to avoid the drain-induced barrier tunneling. So thank you. I think I have finished in time. So any question?
Thank you, Dr. Anshuman Sarkar, for giving wonderful speech on the field effect transistor. So audience, is there any question? Kindly ask right now. I guess no questions from audience.
Okay,
I would like to request Mr. Shomogoto Saha to display the honor, and I would like to request Dr.
I will then stop my sharing. Okay.
Yeah. I would like to request Dr. Devdatta Pal of Brunei University to show the honor.
Okay, we can see. Thank you for the memento. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Anshuman Sarkar, for such a good lecture. I am beyond this region because I'm a core computer science student and now in core computer science department. But still, I have some kind of interest as now we are working in IoT environment and smart grid and smart cities. So we should know, we should have some knowledges on this area also. So in future, I hope to listen you more. Thank you very much. And
Okay,
I'm very honored to give this opportunity. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I would
thank you. We can now continue with the session. Okay.
Yes. Thank you. And I would like to request Dr. Himadri Shekhar Datta to show the honor to Dr. Devdatta Pal. Shomo, please display.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you for this honor. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
And I would like to request Dr. Anshuman Sarkar to give the honor to Dr. Himadri Shekhar Datta.
Yes, it's my opportunity, it's my pleasure to deliver the token of appreciation to Dr. Himadri Shekhar Datta.
Thank you
for being acting as a session chair in this particular session, and to make this conference ICSTSD2021 a successful one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have 8 technical papers.
Yes, we have.
And then please start. Paper 4. I think the first paper is paper 4.
Sir, first paper 7 will present, sir, for a special request. Paper 7, Annasha Banerjee, Dr. Som Shubra Gupta, and Dr. Dharampal Singh.
Okay.
এই ইন্দ্র,
হ্যাঁ
বলছি আমার এখানে কারেন্টের অবস্থা খুব খারাপ, যাচ্ছে যাচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ, আমি যতটাও শুনছি, ঠিক আছে।
আচ্ছা
হিমাদ্রি আর ইয়ে তো আছে, বলে ডক্টর দেবদত্তা পাল আছে, ঠিক আছে।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ
যতটাও
ঠিক
শুনছি
আছে
কিন্তু মাঝে মাঝে ডিস্টার্ব করছে, ঠিক আছে।
ঠিক আছে ওকে
Okay, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই।
Sir, I need permission to share the screen.
I think you are co-host.
No, no, sir, it is not there.
It is not there, no? Okay, I'm checking. Please unmute yourself so that I can visualize.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you can.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I hope the screen is visible now.
Yes, it is visible.
Very good afternoon to respected session chairs, Dr. Pal and Dr. Shorkar, and respected session moderators, Mr. Shomobrata Shaha and Dr. Indranath Shorkar, and all my co-researchers presented over here. I am Anisha Banerjee. On behalf of my team, I am going to present our current work on analysis and observation of associated factors of cardiovascular disease. My co-researchers in this work are Dr. Shomshubra Gupta from Swami Vivekananda University, Dr. Dholompal Singh from GIS College of Engineering, and I'm Anisha Banerjee Mojumdar from GIS College of Engineering. So these are the more or less in the topic that I'm going to cover in today's presentation. Now, cardiovascular disease is one of the major causes of death over the world. But this disease is not much deadly if it is being identified at an early stage. But the reality is not very smooth. In most of the portions still in this world, a lack of good medical practitioners. So the diseases are not being identified in a proper stage. And the outcome of this is very sad. And machine learning and artificial intelligence has already proven its excellence in different areas of research. And among them, one of the major area is healthcare. So lots of researches are going on today by applying different machine learning algorithms to identify the risk of cardiovascular disease, not only the cardiovascular disease, other many diseases as well. Now, what is our work? This work is mainly focus of analysis and observation of the different factors which can play a major role in generating a cardiovascular disease on a certain patient. The data set on which we have worked, it's being collected from UCI, and over the data set, 13 different features are being associated, which are being considered as the influencing factors for the cardiovascular diseases. And we have analyzed the particular data set. Now, what is actually the motivation of this work? Like I have mentioned that different works are currently going on also in this field. Even me and along with my co-researchers are also working on like prediction of cardiovascular disease, applying different hybrid models and ensemble models as well also. But the thing is that what we done at the very beginning, that is one important part of machine learning is a feature selection. So there we can apply different methods, like say, for example, we're applying a wrapper methods over that. So maybe a mutual information extraction, there we are collecting some important features. But in this particular work, we like to focus on more so that a layman, if analyzing the particular thing, analyzing the graphs, they can identify that, okay, on that certain real data sets, these are the factors, these are the most influencing factors, and what are the observations more or less over there.
So that is actual motivation of this work. So under this part of literature survey, we have studied lots of work that are mainly done on that certain data set that we have considered for our work. That is UCI data set. So these are the set of literatures that we have covered. Now, as our main concern for the work is cardiovascular disease refer to different types of disorder. It includes coronary heart disease. It is caused when arteries of heart cannot supply enough oxygen and rich blood to the heart. Cerebrovascular disease, this is a kind of disease which prevents enough amount of oxygen supply to brain. Peripheral arterial disease, in this disease, the narrow arteries reduce blood flow to limb. Rheumatic heart disease, in this disease, heart valves permanently gets damaged due to rheumatic fever. Congenital heart disease, this usually presents from the birth, and deep vein thrombosis and pulmonary embolism. It occurs when blood clots in the leg veins, which can dislodge and move to the heart and lungs. There are many symptoms in the cardiovascular disease, like one very common symptoms, and more or less in our house, cardiovascular disease patients are existing nowadays. Chest pain, heaviness, tightness, burning, squeezing, pain in arms. So lots of different symptoms are there. Obesity, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, physical inactivity, habit of smoking, age, gender, even stress, intake of alcohol are major factors which stimulate the risk of the diabetes. And at the same time, in turn, as we know that other different factors and diabetes or other different diseases also having a role towards the cardiovascular disease. So with the advancements of artificial intelligence and machine learning, it is possible to detect cardiovascular disease at an early stage by analyzing a large data set. In this paper, heart disease data sets analysis has been presented based on the data sets collected from UCI repository. Now, what are the different features presented over here is the age. Age is a risk factor in cardiovascular disease. Sex, this is a categorical field, 0 represent female and 1 represent male over here. Chest pain, that is also a categorical variable where 0 represent asymptomatic, 1 represent atypical angina, 2 represent non-anginal pain, and 3 represent typical angina. Similarly, the trace BPs are also being considered, cholesterol level being considered, blood sugar level, that's one of the factor. Along with that, there is ECG, thalage, it is continuous field of value of maximum heart rate as a time of stress. Exchange, old peak, thal, CA, it represents number of blood vessels colored by the radioactive dye, and the target which represent that whether a patient having a cardiovascular disease or not. So the histogram of the data set is just depicted over here. Now coming to the point of analysis and observations, mainly the particular things are
You
done.
are running out of your time, so kindly make it fast.
Okay, sir. Sure, sir. Then I just only pointing out the observations like age. We have divided the age into different slots, and there we identified 0%, 26.5%, and the 40% people in the age being of 20, 30, 40, 50, and 60 and 70 is having the heart disease. So this is beings that we have considered over there, and mainly of the works is done using that particular Python and the data analytics tool. And gender being considered over there, 25% of women population and 55.0% of male population of the data set have the heart disease. And according to the chest pain, we are observing that 72.72% of asymptomatic population having the heart disease over the data set. And regarding the trace BPs, these are major observation. Cholesterol, we also have considered that is a continuous field. And for our work, we have divided it into some bins and then identified that what are the different observations over there. Similarly, list is the thalage, and one thing over there is the thalage being for 70 and 80, there is 100% patient having the heart disease that is being identified from that particular data set. And thalys have been observed that majority of the populations with abnormal blood flow have the heart diseases. So this our major observation, heart disease is one of the major cause of death. So that is work that Basically, the motivation is to giving a clear representation over the data set that what are the most influencing factors over there. So thank you, sir.
Thank you for the presentation. So if anyone have any question, you can ask from audience. If you have any question, you can ask. So no question. So we move to the next paper.
Thank you so much, sir.
I would request
That's
that paper
fine.
ID
Can we
10
move to the
has
next
a
paper?
paper ID 10 has a special request for giving him
Dr. Paul.
Yes, sir.
Can you move to the next paper?
Yes, of course, please.
Madam Anusha Madaji, kindly accept the certificates, okay, and we will send the other certificate to your mail ID, okay?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Post disable something this way.
yes.
What will be the next paper? Paper ID
Yes, now
4.
we can share. This is paper ID 10.
10. Okay.
Imadri, I think before starting, we need to you need to tell the
Time limit.
presenters about the time.
About the
Okay.
time limit. Okay. So I think all of them
and
know.
I would like to
10
request
minutes.
that they don't give too much stress in the introduction section.
Introduction part. Okay.
Directly
Right.
you can go to the work. Okay.
Work. Right.
And give more emphasis on your work rather than giving stress in the introduction or literature survey, etc. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Please continue.
I'm audible, sir.
Yes, it's audible. And the time limit is 10 minutes.
Please maintain your time.
Okay, sir. Due to
Every
some
presenter,
problem,
please maintain your
one of
time.
the students, Mohit Haldan, not able to connect. So I am presenting the paper on behalf of him. So today paper, good evening to all the parties, all the dignitaries present over here. So my paper title is the diagnosis of the liver disorder using clustering technique. So this is the overview which I am going to cover in this paper there. So what is the main objective of the proposed work? So here what we have decided, we can take the liver disorder data there, and we have the 345 stents and the 6 attributes, and based on that we can find the knowledge base. And after that we can take the train new data, because for the training purpose, and we done the training by using some technique. And after that, for the training purpose, we can take the new data set, and then we have to check that what is the error rate for our proposed model there. So your main objective is that we try to create a knowledge base that will be we can get the output for the new data set there. So from the literature survey, what we have seen that maximum many authors have used the concept of K-means algorithm, and also they have found that it is the some faster as compared to the DB scan and the home web there. So that is the reason from our literature survey, whatever the detail we have received, so we have incorporated the idea of the K-means clustering method in the data set. And for the K-means data, we have trained the data, create the knowledge base, and also the tested the data. This is the main objective of the paper. So when you take the data, we know that the many factors are there. I already mentioned we have taken the 345 instances, and out of these 4 attributes are there. Here, by using the factor analysis, you try to reduce the dimension there, means add number of attributes. So that is the first we have applied the factor analysis concept, and we have found that which factor creating the more impact on the data set as compared to the other. So as you know that for the factor analysis, different technique we have to follow. I can show in the implementation part. So this is our flow of chart. First, I can define data is taken there. After that, some data are not in clean format. So also we have applied the pre-processing technique. But here we have taken the data from the repository of UCI machine repository, which is already data in the
very clean manner, so it's not required to go for the pre-processing of the data. We have taken the data and formed the model, trained the data, and test the data and verify that whether the model is applicable for the other prediction of the some disease or not. So in case of the clustering, raw data, clustering algorithms, and cluster of data we have formed. So main, this is our proposed method. First, take the liver disorder data set, apply the factor analysis, find the total effect, apply the k-means from the knowledge base, and then from the knowledge base new data set we can take and predict that what is the output there. Before training and testing both we are doing here. So this is the data set implementation part, how we have applied the concept of factor analysis. So first we have find the correlation matrix there, and we know that the process of the factor analysis is there. So I am not going to main part of this one. And now, or you can see that what are the eigenvalue percentage. If you see the E have the 2.618, 2.168. So it is a very low as compared to the other. And the standard rule for the discarding the some factor there 2.5. So that is reason we have discarded the E. If you see the here E not present in eigenvector. And after that, we have find the contribution of eigenvector corresponding to eigenvalue, and we got the this total effect. If you see this portion, we got the this total effect in this part, and this total effect we have multiplied the by using the this formula. If you see the formula here for the every attribute, and now the this value the if you see the last column, so total effect we are getting here. You see. So here the huge already 345 instances are there. So it is not possible to include the instance in PPT. So we have taken the some glimpses of the total effect. So these are continued. So after the total effect, we have applied the different cluster points. So we have taken 2, 4, 128, 256. If you see the distance, so in case of 256 is very less, it is compared to 0.01, which is very good. But problem in the liver disorder, whatever data we have taken, we have seen that output is only giving the two variables, yes or no, like 0 and 1. So that is then if you take the 256 data from the antecedent side, so it is very hard to map with the two output, because you know the 256 is very hard to map with the two output there. So that is the reason it compels us to take only the two cluster point for the our antecedent data set. And then from the two cluster point, we have the map this one. And we have seen that 12309, we are getting the cluster center like this 4150 and cluster pointer 15.9. For the 310 to remaining 345, we are getting the cluster center this. So here the main purpose of the knowledge base there. I have seen that range. Suppose if I say that range like the 1 to 500, just I'm saying that because data set it belongs to this part. Cluster center this one, and remaining from 500 to one range of this one belongs to the this part there. So here our main target is that when the new data set will be, new element will become. So if it is range between 1 to 500, that I can say that this is the cluster point 5150, and this is the our 15.59 is the cluster point there. So based on the this portion, I have taken the 30 data set in different variety. And we have also given the what is the cluster point from our knowledge base and what is the actual cluster point which exists in the data. And based on the three data we have taken, because 345 is there, so variation of 345, 30, 30 data we have taken in three slots. You can see the case number 1, case number 2, and case number 3. And from that case number 2, case number 3, and case number 3, we got the error percentage. Here we have calculated the absolute error there. So percentage is the 30, 17, 14, and 13 point something there. So out of this, we have seen that the percentage is very high because it is the concern. We are considering the some disease data there. So till now we have implemented this one, and from this purpose, we said that the yes from the factor analysis given the result there, and k-means algorithm, we have got the this type of estimated error. And here the percentage is very high there, because you can see it is almost 13.41. So in the future, what we have thought that we can implement the fuzzy Siemens technique there, and also we try to implement the some bioinspire algorithm to optimize this one. So till now we have done this work for the our data set which we have taken. So these are the some references in here. So thank you, sir. And I hope that I have finished within the time limit.
Thank you. So if anyone have any question?
Yeah, I have one question that you have used K-mean algorithm for clustering.
Yes.
So do you think that application of any other algorithm can cause any betterment in the result?
Yes, sir.
Instead of K-mean
Because
algorithm?
we can, I already mentioned that the error is a high there, 13 points. So we think that for this segments and hierarchical clustering can also try to implement this for the improvement of the error.
Okay. And is it possible to compare your result with other existing published result, maybe with other clustering algorithm or with different techniques for achieving the same? Or it can be considered as a future work also?
Yes, that is because the 13 points are related to the real life there, and we know that 13 point is actually higher. At least it is a below 5. So that is the reason I already mentioned for these segments we are going to apply. So I hope that from many literature survey we have seen that after the K-means, if the fuzzy segments sometimes give the better result as compared to the K-means there, and also the hierarchical clustering is there. So also the some higher end techniques is also there, like that bio-inspired algorithm also we can use for the optimization, like battle algorithm is there. So we can use it, sir. But this is the future work, and this is the first semester MTech work we have done.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Himadri.
Thank you.
Over to you.
I would like to request Mr. Shomobuto to display the certificates.
Dr. Dhamampal sir, please accept the certificate and we will provide the other author certificate to their corresponding mail ID.
Thank you, sir. It was great honor for me. Thank you.
Over to Dr. Datto for the next paper.
So we'll present next paper ID 4.
Paper ID 4 and 6. 5 is not there, sir. 4 and 6 anyone can present.
Okay, so paper ID 4.
Am I audible?
Yes.
The host is disabled screen sharing.
Time limit is 10
Okay,
minutes.
providing.
Continue.
Sir, I didn't get the
Yes,
screen
now
sharing
now
option.
we can share.
Sir, it is not there. I'm not able to share my screen.
Can you please try again?
Okay, sir. Now it is there.
Okay. Yes, it's visible.
Is it visible?
Yes, visible.
Okay, good evening to everybody present here. Myself, Kaustubh Das, PhD scholar of the Jadavpur University, along with my co-author, Shaptoshi Nandi, Shubhajit Chatra, Jovipur Haldar, and student of the JS College of Engineering, Riju Sadhugan. I am here to present my paper, that is estimation of the subsoil parameters and the settlement of a foundation for a project site in Kolkata based on CPT and DMT test, that is cone penetration and flat diameter test. So if you see my presentation goes on through like this. First we'll discuss very brief about the abstract and the introduction and the methodologies that has been used in this test, the test result and the conclusion from this test. So here what we have done, we have made two foundation. One is 3x1 and 4x1, and the settlement of the foundation has been calculated by using a Plaxi Studio software that has been made by the French university. With the based on the CPT and the DMT test results, the results that has been taken for calculation of the settlement is the undrained cohesion of the soil, angle of the internal friction, and the constant modulus of the subsoil. These are all the subsoil parameters that has been calculated by the CPT and DMT test, and based on that, the settlement of these two types of foundation, that means the isolated footings, 3 meter by 1 meter and 4 meter by 1 meter, has been calculated. Now, before going to the very deep about this test, just a brief introduction about the test that we all know that in recent few years back in India, all the subsoil parameters had been calculated using the SPT or borehole test. But in recent days, we are more focusing onto the in situ testing because it is economical, highly informative, and especially it is very much time consuming. There's less time consuming. That means within 1 hour, you can do the test and get all the results. And in this in situ test, two tests, that is CPT, cone penetration, and the Professor Dr. Silvano Marchetti flat dilator test is the two main tests that has been used in nowadays across all over the world. And from Jadavpur University, we are trying to establish this test as a wholesome way, so that in India, rather than doing this conservative test, we can go for the in situ testing. We can do the DMT and get the results, and on the basis of that, we can do all other structural component drawing, designing, and other things. And what we have done, we have, as I stated earlier, that we have calculated the subsoil parameters, that is undrained cohesion, the internal friction, that means the friction between the soil particles, and also the constant modulus of the soil. And based on that, the Plaxis 2D software has been used. Now, if we go for the methodology, in a cone penetration test, a cone has been inserted into the soil with the help of the Pagani T63 150 penetrometer, and with a rate of 2 centimeter per second. That means the rate at which the blade will penetrate the soil will be 2 centimeter per second. And the data that's coming from the CPD test will be taken on a depth interval of 20 centimeter. And we have to take in the three data mainly from the CPD test, that is RP, RP plus RL, and RT. These are the three basic parameters that has to be calculated for calculation of the other parameters or other basic parameters of the subsoil. That is the cone resistance, that means the cone that we are inserting into the soil, the resistance of that cone, and also the frictional resistance of the cone. And on the basis of that, the undrained cohesion, CU can be calculated according to equation 2, phi can be calculated according to equation, CU can be calculated equation 1, phi according to 2, and the constant modulus can be calculated according to equation number 3. These all equations are given by the Robertson. We are following the Robertson here. So all the values are calculated based on the Robertson correlations that has been given for the CPT. And in case of DMT, you can see the DMT blade is shown here. There are two sensors are there. This is the for the seismic module of this DMT, and a control box is given, and this is our pressure gauge, where we have put the nitrogen gas from there, and on the basis of that, it gives me two types of data, that is P0 and P1. And this P0 and P1 nothing but the pressure that requires to inflate the membrane that is attached with this DMT blade at 1.1 millimeter deflection. And on basis of the data, the other parameters like the CU, phi, and the vertical den constant modulus has been calculated. That means the CU, phi, and M is also calculated from the CPT based on the Robertson coefficient, and these things is also calculated from the DMT based on the Marchetti correlations. And at last, the Plaxis 2D, that is the software that has been used by, that has been now it has been developed by Bentley in 1982, and this is a finite element based software where plane, strain, and axisymmetrical model has been used. And here the soil is distributed into finite elements, and we put the in situ test data inside this software, and they give us a soil layer. And on the basis of that, we calculated our load in the soil and the bearing capacity of the soil, and we applied the settlement and we applied the foundation on that soil, and we calculate the settlement from this Plaxis 2D. Now, from my test results, you can see here I provided you graph of an undrained cohesion. If you can see that from 0 to 2 meter, the data are in inconsistent nature, but from 2 to above the depth of up to depth of 10 meter, the data are inconsistent in nature. In case of angle of internal friction, you can see the same thing, that from 2 to 10, that means that the depth 2 to 10, the data are inconsistent in nature. But in the case of 0 to 2, the data are not very much consistent. They are haphazard in nature. And if you see the constant modulus, you can see the same pattern. That means the data are following the same pattern, that at the starting point from 0 to 2 meter, the data are in inconsistent nature. But after 2 to 10 meters, the data are consistent in nature. Because of that at 0 to 2, there is a filling layer that has been garbage filling or concrete filling. But from 2 to 10, the soil is a soft soil. It is a clay and silty clay soil. So that's why the data are very consistent in nature. Okay. Now, on the basis of the data, we have calculated the settlement based on the DMT software that has been provided by the Marchetti flat DMT machine. And here we have used a load intensity of 100 kilopascal, or you can say 100 ton per meter square, because in Kolkata, the bearing capacity of the soil near about 9 to 12. and in some cases you can find 15 or 16 ton per meter square. So for a safe side, we take this bearing capacity as 10 ton per meter square, and we have calculated the settlement based on the Bosinick's equation, where we have used these three parameters: constant modulus, vertical stress increment, and the vertical strain. And when we have put all this data into the Bosinick's equation, or you can see in the DMT settlement software, these types of chart coming into play for the foundation size 3 by 1 meter. The settlement at the center is 30.3 millimeter. For the foundation 4:1, the settlement is 33.2 millimeter at the center. And for the DMT data, the foundation is 17.9 and the 20.3 respective size. Now we also used Plexis to see how much deviation of the settlement is coming from this test data. For CPT, you can see for a 3 meter by 1 meter settlement, foundation, the settlement is near about 50 millimeter. And for a 4 meter by 1 meter, it is near about 52 millimeter. And the same case for the DMT's data, it is 38 millimeter and the 47 millimeter. So after doing all this calculation, we come to the conclusions that the CU result of the CPT is high in nature because the CU is coming from the UC test, rather with respect to DMT and borehole, this is coming from the UU test. If you see the phi, that means the angle of internal friction is also higher with respect to CPT, but in case of DMT, it is very much conservative in nature. And if you consider constant modulus, we get the maximum value is 53.6 MPa from the CPT test, but for the DMT, it is near about 34.6 MPa. Now, as I said earlier, that you can see up to 2 meter, the soil data is inconsistent in nature. That's where all the subsoil parameters are inconsistent in nature. But from 2 to 10 meter, when the soil are in soft soil, or you can say clay soil, the data are very consistent in nature. And you can see the settlement of a 3 meter square foundation, as I stated earlier, is according to the IS 8009 part 1, which is the settlement code for the civil engineering. Here it has been stated that for an isolated footing, a maximum settlement can be near about 75 millimeter. In our cases, if we do CPT or DMT, all the data are within the range. So from here, we can come to the conclusion that where it is not possible to do the laboratory testing, we can go for the in situ testing like DMT or CPT. And in further research, you're also working on some correlations from CPT to DMT so that we can come to a conclusion that if the DMT data range is between 1 to 5, we can predict the CPT data range will be there. And from that, the other settlement of the foundations, maybe deep foundation, maybe shallow foundation, maybe isolated footing or strip footing can be calculated. So this work has been done preliminary, and the further research is going on. So that's from my end, and I hope I am within the time. And thank you for giving me the opportunity for presenting in this conference.
Thank you. But you should have provided a reference slide in your presentation.
Okay, so I forgot to provide there. The reference is given into the main paper.
Okay.
Yeah, one more thing is I would like to mention about your presentation, not a technical comment, but I would like to tell you that in your initial slide, particularly in the introduction section, bulleted points are required. You have given total paragraph. It is annoying to see those paragraph, complete paragraph with full stop, comma, everything.
Okay, sir.
What my point? Particularly
Yes,
in the initial slides. Okay.
Okay, sir.
We try to avoid those whole paragraph, whole sentence containing comma, full stop, etc. Try to use bulleted points. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Only keywords. You just try to use only keywords, not all the sentences, all the.
Exactly.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
So if any question from audience, you wait for a minute.
So this is paper ID koto eta?
This is paper ID 7.
Paper ID 4.
Oh, sorry, it is 4.
I request Mr. Kaustubh to accept the certificate, and other participants, my faculty, author certificate will send to their mail.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I think next is paper 6.
Paper ID 6.
Paper ID 6.
Anyone is there from paper ID 6?
আচ্ছা এই 4 এর আগে কোনটা কোনটা হয়?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
First
I
presentation
am
is
here
paper 8.
and
Paper
ID 7 and 10.
Paper 7, paper 10, then paper 4.
ও পেপার 7 তারপর ধরমপাল সিং 10, তারপর 4.
Paper
Okay.
10, তারপর paper 4.
Thank you. 7, 10, 4.
So now it is paper 86. Anyone present?
6 is.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sir, please allow us to share the screen.
Yeah. So who is presenting? Miss.
Sir, Ritika Shah and Avantika Goswami both.
Okay. So both are sharing, or
No,
anyone
no,
is.
sir. Only Ritika Shah will
Okay.
share the screen.
Yeah.
Please try to maintain your time.
Okay, sir.
Can you share your screen now?
No, sir.
Uh,
Till now, it's.
Sir, I can share.
okay, now it has been done.
Yeah, now it's done. Okay. Is my screen visible to everyone?
Not now.
Okay. Is it?
Now it's visible.
Okay.
Let's start presentation.
Okay, so good evening, everybody who all are present here. So today I'm going to discuss about the topic on, wait for a second. My screen is showing blur totally. Okay, probably Avantika is sharing her screen. Can you just please stop, Avantika? Because
yes.
Presenting.
Okay, sir. Okay, Ritika, sir. Okay, I have stopped.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so good evening, everybody who all are present here. So today I'm going to discuss about the topic on performance improvement of face recognition method and its application in COVID-19. So who will be presenting today's presentation? That is me, Ritika Shah, and my fellow mate who is Avantika Goswami from JNIT, student of who all are pursuing MTech EC. Can't able to change. So these things we will be going to cover today. So motivation, proposed method, the database, then the result, like experimental results, and conclusion and the references. So at present, the whole world is suffering from a health crisis due to COVID-19 pandemic. So for the reduction of the spreading of COVID-19, the people are using masks as for their protection. And whenever they are going outside or to some other places. So mask is for the covering like the lower portion of the face so that we can suffer for the recognition. So in this paper, we have represented an efficient face recognition technique by integrating discrete wavelength transform and comprehensive sensing based classifier. So we have done this whole thing for experimental purpose because we have tested on unmasked images also and as well as masked face images also. So this is our method actually. So at the very first thing, we will be resizing our input face, and then the two-dimensional DWT means So After applying the two-dimensional DWTs and the DW, like the full form of DWT, as you can see here, the discrete waveform transform. So we will be applying this two-dimensional DWT for the CD1, CD1 horizontal, CD1 vertical, and CD1 diagonal. And the very last first image, as you can see, that is for the approximation coefficient. So these are the 4 images that we can see in the screen. So then in the very next step, an image fusion technique is applied to improve the feature information. So here the CA1, like the approximation coefficient and the coefficient diagonal, is superimposed to generate the fused image. So for the feature extraction in transform domain, we have applied the PCA on the superimposed image. And the full form of PCA is principal component analysis. So finally, at the end, at the very last step, a comprehensive sector-based classifier is applied here to get the better recognition accuracy compared to others. Here is the database for AR phase data. So this phase database consisting of 4,000 phase images with illumination and expression variations. So in this present work, we have used till now 1399 phase images. So the images are cropped into 16 to 43 size. And for the ORL database, so these are the 2 databases which you can like Google it, and then you can have all the informations regarding this ORL and AR databases. So here in this ORL database, which is consisting of 40 different persons, each having 10 different variations of pose. As you can see, this is the same person, but showing different expressions. So this database consists of 400 face images, 40 persons into 10 different variations. So it will be 400 face images. So in which the rotation is allowed up to 20-degree movement. And from the next slide, Ointika will continue it.
So thank you, Ritika, and good afternoon, all of you. So I would like to tell that for the experimental result, so we can see the out of 1399 face images, 700 are used for training and remaining 699 are used for testing. So for the table one, this is for without marks, and for table 2, that is for with marks. For table 1, we have principal component, recognition rate of proposed method, and recognition rate of conventional PCA. Conventional PCA, that means direct PCA on our face. So for 60, we have 83.11%, and the second one is 82.69%. For 120, that is the first one is 90.41%, and the second one is 90.12%, and the third one is 300. For that, we have 94.13%, and the second one is 93.15%. So we can see that from table 1, it is noticed that the proposed method provides maximum accuracy of 94.13% for PC equals to 300. But for conventional PCA, we get the maximum accuracy of 93.15%. For the second table, from each 10 images of each person, first 5 images are used for training and remaining 5 images for testing. So from table 2, that is the 10, and from the first one is 64%, second one is 59%, 20, 82%, 79%, 30, 87.05%, 86%, 40, 90%, 89%, 50, 91.50, and 90.05. So from table 2, it is also noticed that for PC equals to 50, we got the maximum accuracy of 91.5%, which is also greater than conventional PCA. So in next slide, we can see the experimental results on marks faces. So Ritika, please change the next slide.
I'm changing the slide, but it's not happening.
Study. the performance of our proposed algorithm for marks is we have extracted the lower one-third portion from the face images of URL database as shown in figure 6 and then apply the same technique for face recognition method, because for for masked faces we have cut out our 1/3 portion of our face. So here is the result. So in next slide, please change the next slide. So this paper presented a DW2 and CS based new FR technique to increase the recognition rate. We have increased the number of principal components and observed the recognition rate for our proposed technique on URL database and AR database. So here we have presented a new image fusion technique in wavelet domain to improve the recognition rate. This proposed method provides 91.5% maximum recognition rate for URL database when PC equals to 50. For the AR database, this proposed method provides 94.13% recognition rate for PC equals to 300. The proposed technique shows better performance compared to the conventional PCA. So we have to use the DW2 technique for better improvement. This proposed algorithm also provides better accuracy than the conventional PCA for masked faces. For masked face images, it provides maximum of 89.5% recognition rate for URL database. So these are our conclusion, and the next is references that we have collect the data from that also. And so thank you all of you for your valuable time to get this to give us presentation.
Is there any question from audience?
Yeah, I have a question. Yeah, I have a question that how you are calculating the threshold in your algorithm.
Sir, we have MATLAB 12 process in IDD.
No, that is fine. MATLAB or maybe some other software can be used. What is the value? How you are calculating the threshold value? Because in face recognition system, that calculating threshold value is very important. A low threshold value or a very high threshold value, both will have some limitation. Calculation of a particular correct threshold value is very important. So how you are calculating that? Can you comment?
Sir, at first we have calculated by MATLAB 12 process, and then we have draw a graph.
MATLAB is a software. Okay, MATLAB can be used, or maybe you can use some other programming language also. That is not a problem. Okay, anyhow, I have another question. You have used PCA-based analysis, right?
Yes, sir.
What are the restriction of images for that should be there, that should be imposed for PCA-based analysis? So for PCA-based analysis, only some kind of images can be considered. Not all images can be considered. Do you know what are the restriction of images?
No, sir.
Okay, you haven't heard that only vertical frontal picture, vertical front picture can be analyzed using PCA, not all other pictures. You need to study about that, okay?
Yes, sir.
So types, the restriction imposed for PCA analysis, okay, that you must know, okay, because you are performing a PCA-based analysis.
Yes.
I think Professor Dotto, Himaddi Dotto.
Yes, yes, I have one question. Hello.
Sir.
Yes, Himadri, please.
Okay. So due to COVID, some person are using some cap, like some medical cap or like that. So have you tested with that value? There is any change or happening or in your result or not?
No, sir.
Not only mask caps are also used.
Sir, actually we are processing about the marks only. Then we
Marks
try
only. You
about
are considering mask only.
Yes, sir. Then we will proceed further for cap and other things also.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just
Sir.
want to ask a question.
Dr. Paul, can you move to
Yes,
next
I just have one question to ask. It's only for my curiosity that during your calculations of that portions, at the lower portions, you have taken that 1/3 of the face that I think you have chosen for your mask portion. I think that you have calculated 1/3 of your face portions. Am I
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Yes. So, but whenever somebody are wearing the mask, there is also that Sarah has already told you that there is also some kind of like 1/3 that you have chosen. This is your assumption, but I think
Yes, ma'am.
whether your assumption is correct or not, you should take care of some more things also. It may be 1/3, it may be 2/3, or something more than that. Okay, or there should be a range of this. If it is particularly 1/3, I think there may be you may get any false result also. You may have some kind of false positive rate, maybe
I think
high also.
50%. I think 50% of our face is covered by mask.
Okay, and that is also very much dependent, because in today's whenever we are regularly moving from here and there, we are
Yes.
noticing it's not like always in the same positions for all the persons. Okay, and if we consider the child face or adult face, or depending upon age also, I think it may vary. So you shouldn't put a particular constraint. It should be 1/3 and that. So there it may be variant. It may be a range of that you should consider for better result. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
I request Ritika Shaha and along with the other presenter Avantika Goswami to accept the digital certificates, and we will forward all the author certificate to the corresponding mail ID. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now we are moving to the paper number 12.
Paper number 12. Okay.
Yes, sir. Paper number 12.
Sir, kindly allow me to present my screen.
Yes, please check.
Is it visible, sir?
Still, it is
Not
not
visible.
visible.
So is it visible right now, sir?
Yes, now it's visible.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kaushik Ghosh, PhD Research Scholar, Department of English, University of Kalyani. Today, I am here to present on impact of Diksha app as an electronic resource in English language teaching learning process in different Kendriya Vidyalayas of India. So for the next couple of minutes, I'm going to put some light on the following points. Through the changing globalized situation, effective language teaching is a concern for different stakeholders. What is the best way to teach a foreign language does not have a single line answer. User-friendly, rich set of assistive tools like Diksha can be a solution of this problem. Technology is the need of the hour. So, as NEP 2020 suggests, English teachers should be tech-savvy, and at the same time, they should possess sound technopedagogy. This present paper seeks to present different aspects of Diksha app in English language teaching learning process. And this also try to show to what extent this app can be effective.
Lights are not changing and make it full screen.
Press F5.
Sir, I'm
or from right corner, you just make it full screen.
Okay, if not, it is not possible to make it full screen. Just check whether slides are changing or not.
Sir, from my side, slides are changing.
Yeah, it's changing. Okay, then continue with this, please. Okay.
Okay. Diksha, the full form of Diksha is Digital Infrastructure for Knowledge Sharing. It is a national platform for school education for the benefit of teachers and learners across India. Diksha is an initiative of NCERT and Ministry of Education, Government of India. The Diksha platform offers engaging learning material relevant to the prescribed school curriculum to teachers, students, and parents. Diksha is available both as a mobile app and web platform. As a mobile app, Diksha can be easily downloaded from Play Store. Diksha also can be accessed as a web platform from its website. Users can use as per their convenience 24/7. As per National Portal of India, I'm quoting, Diksha will serve as national digital infrastructure for teachers. All teachers across the nation will be equipped with advanced digital technology. Diksha portal will enable, accelerate, and amplify solution in the realm of teacher education. It will aid teachers to learn and train themselves, for which assessment resources will be available. It will help teachers to create training content, profile, in-class resources, assessment aids, news and announcement, and content with teacher community. State government bodies and even private organizations can integrate Diksha into their respective teacher initiatives based on their goals, needs, and capabilities. They can use Diksha's feature to create in-class resources, teacher training content, assessment aids, teacher profile, news and announcement, teacher community. I'm skipping the slides. Methodology. So a set of questionnaire in Google Form was employed in this study to collect the data from the English teachers of different Kendra Vidyalayas all over the India. Both qualitative and quantitative analysis of the data has been done with the collected data. Different charts, graphs, and tables have been used to portray the data. Mixed. For the purpose of the study, I have selected English language teachers of Kendra Vidyalayas from all over the India. As I have already said, due to pandemic, I was not been able to give the questionnaire personally, so I distributed the questionnaire in different WhatsApp groups of the teachers, and a couple of teachers responded positively, and I got the responses, and I analyzed those research approach. As I have already mentioned, quantitative and qualitative approach has been used, and in the questionnaire, both close-ended and open-ended questions were there. Total 60 complete responses were received, and in the questionnaire, 15 close-ended questions were there and 5 open-ended questions were there. Here we can have a quick look of the close-ended questions. I have to rectify this slide, and here we can have a quick look of the close-ended question. So when I analyze the data, some interesting facts came in the forefront. After close analysis of the numerical data, it is evident that Diksha app is popular tool among the English language teachers. More than 80% of the KVS English teachers use Diksha app in English language classes, and they highly recommend this app to their students. A good number of teachers voluntarily registered in NEP 2020 recommended courses offered through Diksha, and almost 98% KVS teachers already completed courses such as Nishtha, experiential learning, competency-based learning. So it is evident that Diksha is an important platform for capacity building of the teachers. More than 70% teachers use Diksha app resources for teaching listening, speaking, reading, writing, grammar, and vocabulary. From the collected data, it is evident that lively grammar exercises are very effective for the students, which can be accessed from the Diksha app. Kendra Vidyalaya Sangathan is preparing their students for prestigious exams like Program for International Student Assessment, PISA, and materials for creative and critical thinking enhancement for preparing students for PISA is highly effective and accessed by the teacher and students from the Diksha platform. From the collected data, it is evident that video notes available in Diksha is very popular, and all the other kinds of notes such as PDF and audio notes can be easily accessed, and it can be very handy to the students, and it can be used 24/7 for self-learning purposes. After analyzing the responses of the open-ended question, some interesting fact came in the forefront. Through Diksha, it is evident that it has gained popularity throughout the time, but it has some limitations. English teachers stated that while using the Diksha app, sometimes it hangs. It asks for frequent updation and others. Sometimes while updating the profile, it is very time-consuming affair. Sometimes while downloading the material, it shows some technical error. Teachers also suggested making this app more user-friendly. Teachers suggested for more text-based suggestions. Some insisted on more number of MCQ questions to be included for different text sections, and some interactive worksheets can be also included. Whenever the teachers use Diksha app in their classes, they can see a positive change in the classroom. There is more interaction among the students. Students score more in tests after using Diksha resources. Also, there can be seen active participation, and most of the students use this as for their self-learning tool. To increase more student participation, students and parents should be sensitized by different television ads, workshops, and parent-teacher
Sorry to
meeting
interrupt.
about the
You
Diksha
are
app.
running out of your time, so please hurry up. Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. There should be a hand-on session for the students and workshops for the parents to sensitize about the Diksha app. The certificate courses available in Diksha app for students' capacity building should be given more priority by the employers. Finally, the teachers concluded that in the upcoming days, Diksha app can be a more effective and useful platform for students and teachers capacity building in specific subject areas, and as well as some hand-on training on AI and CBE. So moving forward, my study have the following limitations, and these are the further studies scope. So in conclusion, Diksha is an outstanding app with numerous resources related to English language teaching. Diksha tries to give a live experience to the users. At the same time, it tries to avoid the demerits of conventional English language teaching learning process. The use of Diksha app in English language classes and outside the classroom improves teaching and makes it more effective. Proper use of this app gives the users freedom from conventional monotonous teaching learning activities with some instant result-based tests. At the same time, this app ensures professionalism with high quality resources, and it improves the quality of classroom instructions. As the data analysis shows, if the language teachers keep aside the limitations and drawbacks of this app and more voluntarily use this app in their language classes as well as for their capacity building, the overall English teaching learning process and experience would be more effective and everlasting. So these are the references I have used. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question, I would be happy to answer them. Again, I'm really grateful and delighted to be a part of this excellent conference. Thank you.
Yeah. I have one question.
Yes, sir.
It seems that you have performed some sample survey analysis, sample survey.
Yes, sir.
And then you have analyzed that outcome data. Okay.
Yes, yes, sir.
So my question is, how you are ensuring that your analysis is free from any potential bias? Got my question?
Yes, 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 sir. Yes, sir. Sir, I have collected the data and I have analyzed the data on a scale of 100 and demonstrated them in a percentage. I got some numerical data and I put them on a scale of 100 and then I made my analysis.
Why I am asking this? Because whenever you are performing some survey analysis or sample survey, there is a chance that that analysis is potentially biased. So you have to ensure that that sample survey must not be potentially biased.
Yes, yes, sir.
So take care of that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Over to others.
Any other question?
I hope there is no more question. I would request Mr. Somobhota Shah to display the certificates.
I request Mr. Kaushik Ghosh to accept this digital certificate. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And we will forward it the same to your mail ID.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So I think next paper ID is 12 or 13.
13, sir. 13. Paper ID is 13.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Sir, shall I want to share my screen?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Try to finish within 10 minutes.
Okay, sir. Sir, is a disabled participant screen sharing is show?
Is it okay? Can you share?
Yes, yes. Yes, sir. All right. Sir, it is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, one and all. I am Annapurni, research scholar from SRM IST, Chennai, and my guidance by Dr. P. Saravanan sir, that is an assistant professor, DSBS department, and he is also associated with the SRM IST, Chennai. And my topic is analysis of depression reduction through diverse resources using advanced learning techniques. This is the review paper I studied for my research work. So this is my agenda. That is why I have to choose this topic, and introduction about my domain and what are the literature survey I collected for this topic, and then is a rough sketch for the architecture model and what are the technologies using for this study, and conclusion. So this is my objective. So nothing but you have the full fledged approach for to predict the depression, to accompany with the personality traits, social and contextual information and cultural diversities. Because depression is mainly caused by the previous factors. It's most occur by the personality issues. It's a social impact factors using the internet and many things. And then contextual information where we have worked, it is in cultural differentiations. These are the factors affect the depression also. Then you find the suitable data features to achieve the best recognition accuracy without clinical support, because automatic depression detection is nothing but without clinical support we are improve the accuracy for the predictions. Then to understand how social media behavior analysis, for example Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, many other features, people sharing their emotions, sharing their happy, sad, every emotions in the true manner. Based on this, we have identified people's it's a depressing stage or people in happy stage. So we identify through the stress or anxiety and the depression through the social media behavior. Then motivation. Why I want to choose this topic? Because lot of disadvantage is using for the depression prediction in yearly manner. Suppose we want predict the depression in yearly manner, means we avoid the unnecessary things for inner health. For example, increased rate of alcohol and drug abuse, and then lower life satisfaction, because we are not the people who is depressed means they taking the alone, they are not relationship properly maintained, they are not taking the decision in proper manner, that is a career achievement also stopped, then lost wages. These are all the factors that affect the depression peoples. Then the World Health Organization state that the 2030 that is the leading cause disability is in depression. Then suicide is the main cause, depression is the main cause for the suicide. Suicide means people not searching for the suicide directly, where they are correlated with the searching terms with the depression, stress, anxiety. So these are the problem for the untreated depression. So alcohol and drug abuse, personal life, they are not making a good decision and they are not keeping relations with their family members, friends. Then work life also affected for not getting promotion or lost their jobs. They are not focusing on their work. Then suicide attempt in women's, they are getting many then compared to the gender factor, women's also get affected for the depression, post traumatic stress, and then menopause and their hormonal changes also affect for the depression. They are not keep feeling well for that states. Then major medical disorders, that is diabetes and heart disease also related with the depression, and then sleeping problems, they are all untreated depression. So it is a remedy to find the depression in the early stage. So this is a data science domain that we have to making the prediction modeling. It's given the best suggestion without the clinical interference. They have conclude the data, then conclude the data from the, we have conclude from the data and make the solutions, and then identify the unresolved issues that may interfere or enhance the present crisis. Then this is the data taken by the 2019 World Health Organization, Southeast Asia. There is a India people, that is a 5.5 crores affected for the depressive disorder, that is a 4.5%, that also affect the health loss and many disease burden. There is a 1 crore people that are affected with other disease also due cause for the depression. Then this is the increased depression ratio, that is a past 10 years, that is 2005 to 2015. Again, we taken from the 2020, it also increased because of the COVID-19 situation. And then suicide rate also increased for the depression. So this is my literature review. I taken the literature review for the inputs, that is a text, the social media, Weibo data set for the China, and Twitter and Facebook content. We have to find out the accuracy, how the people share their emotions in true manner. We find out the collection from the particular Twitter website and in the social media website collected, and then we have to restrict some technology apply. We have to find out the person is depressed or not. Then based on the visual, so here we have using, first one is in China Weibo data we have using. Then next one, the Twitter data, we have to get the accuracy for the 82%. And then again is a social media platform, that is a control grouping, that is a control group, random control group. And then next one is also the COVID-19 situation, make this survey. Then next, that is in visual and vocal. So our face and voice recognition also give the predict for the depression. So this is the facial and visual, facial and vocal expression. Then childhood, how the child not expressing their depression and mood, how we take depression in yearly manner through child. So this is the various kind of inputs, how to accrue the best prediction model in the depression. So this is some rough sketch for the architecture model. We take the transcript input, that is an text input, and then audio input, and then visual input. We have to taken the, so we have taken the different kinds of input using this stack layer. We have combined the inputs. It's a bidirectional forward and backward propagation. You have combined the inputs in the different manner. Then concatenation is layer is nothing but it's the concatenate the along the specified dimension. So these three inputs is stabilized in the one single output using the prediction score PHQ8. PHQ8 is nothing but patient healthcare questionnaire. So it predicts the range of the depression. So this is some of the algorithm we have using logistic regression is most of the algorithm logistic regression, and the SVM we have using. Here is some the advantage and disadvantages. Decision tree using for the prediction is a yes or no type. We have to simple recreation. Then random forest is a group of multiple decision tree. Then based on that we have making some prediction, but it is a slow, but our output prediction is given the good one. Then gradient boosting is nothing but it's a high performing, but we have to change the our model into some extra or some we have to remove some attributes, means it totally changing our model. That is the one main disappointment in the gradient boosting. The neural network, we think that it is a human brain. They have many layers. They give the predicted output in accurate manner, but its handle is a very complex task. Then training is a very, very slow one. So nowadays we have using our, ensemble classifier. Ensemble classifier is nothing but you have to combining the predictions of the set of predictors. Those who can often achieve better results than the individual predictions. This is how voting predictions. Those classifier give the highest vote. That kind of prediction we take as there is a voting. Here is a varied kind of predictors. Then 1, 1, 2, 1 is nothing but here voting for the particular samples. So highest voting means that kind of classifier we achieve. That as a result we achieve for that predictions. So next one is in boosting. So boosting is nothing but we have to combine. So boosting is nothing but we have combined the numerous weak learners to the strong learner. So there's nothing but here is the weightage. There's a red line, the weightage going to the next classifier. Then again it's to be the prediction, again to prediction. So how we achieve the highest accuracy, then we have to stop. That only the updates the weight also. So this is a simple deep learning. So we have to machine learning. Then we have using the ensemble learning. In performance improvements, you have using the deep learning also. Here we have using the deep neural network. First we have to collect the data. Then we have to pre-processing using training set and data set. Then we have to extract our futures. Then DNN neural network classify the event. Then we have to perform the evaluation. Evaluation is an accuracy, precision, recall, or F score. So this is some sample how the video or image that should be using the DNN. Input is nothing but the facial appearance, just images to be alone DCNN. That is a deep convolution neural network that has to main hot topic of the medical diagnosis analysis. Then facial dynamics is nothing but movement. That is an eye rotation, eye movement, our facial expressions in the various time factor we have to analyze. These two layers we have to join and then we predict the score. So this is improve the accuracy also. So conclusion, we have using the emotion recognition, emotion recognition and then voice modulation and social media text analysis. There is a various kinds of input. So we have to combine or we have to individually identify which one is to give the better prediction for the depression or stress or anxiety. So here we shows the various level of features and various level of algorithm, which one suitable for the input predictions. So in future, the survey is focusing on the various levels of depression using real-time data. That is we collected from the medical or text in the Twitter or Facebook or biomarkers, our EEG image or brain image. In the video form, we get connectivity, they conduct the interview from the video and speech. These kind of various technology, we have to predict our depression in the high accurate manner. So this is all about my topic. This is my reference I have to take. Thank you for participating in a good manner. Thank you so much.
So if
questions
any
from the
queries,
audience?
please ask and give me some suggestion for my research work also.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
The thing is, it seems that you have studied that emotion analysis or emotion analysis you have done, you have surveyed,
Yes, sir.
and you have given various scheme to analyze the emotion. Okay.
Yes.
But have you implemented anything, anyone?
No, sir. I'm just in 6 months. I'm doing my research. I'm only study the research paper.
Okay, so you have done that literature survey you have
Yes,
done.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Literature survey you have done. So you have you compared various scheme on a particular figure of merit?
Yes,
Because
sir.
whenever you are trying to write a review paper, okay, this is a review paper. So whenever you are trying to write a review paper, some comparison needs to be done based
Yes.
upon some particular figure of merit, so that
Yes.
we can compare that this one is good with respect to this one is bad with respect to that. These are their comparative pros and cons or advantage and disadvantages, etc. We can compare among them.
Yes, sir. Partially, I'm done. I'm taking a visual and.
My opinion, that part is lagging. You need to,
Okay, sir.
if you
Yes, sir.
add some comparison based upon some particular figure of merit, then
Okay, sir.
this will turn to be a good paper. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I
Future
note it, sir.
you can consider it. Okay.
Sure, sir. Sure, sir. Thanks for.
Okay. Over to others.
Yeah, sir.
Any other questions?
I guess there is no more questions. I would like to request
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Sangita sir.
Kindly accept the certificate, okay, and we will forward it to your mail and other co-author certificate in
Sir,
that
1
mail.
minute or simple correction is a SRM Institute of Science and Technology, not an university.
Okay, SRM Institute. Okay, ma'am. We will update and send it. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So I think the last paper of this session, paper 14.
Yes, sir. 14 papers.
Yes, sir, present.
এই 5 নম্বর দেবে না?
না, absent.
ও ঠিক আছে।
Hello, sir.
Kindly check that if you got the permission of sharing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible. Please make it full screen. Okay. Yes.
So, good evening, everyone. My name is Shongita Mundu, student of JS College of Engineering, and I am going to present a review paper on biofuel from organic waste, a smart solution to conserve non-renewable resources. Here, the group members, Swastika Chatterjee of JS College of Engineering and Pradut Karmakar of JS College of Engineering, and our respected guiders are Ms. Anunna Department of Chemistry of JS College of Engineering, Dr. Trina Dotto, JS College of Engineering, Dr. Shongita Bhattacharjee, Heritage Institute of Technology, and Ms. Suparna Pal, JS College of Engineering. So here the outline of our presentation, introduction, present scenario, and biofuel production of organic waste, and bioenergy conversion technique, future aspects and conclusions. So what is biofuel? So it is the fuel which is produced from organic products and waste, and it is considered to be a source of renewable energy. So why we used biofuels? So there is no emission of hazardous gases, and the energy released per unit mass of biofuel is greater than the energy released from the unit mass of fossil fuels. So it produces our dependence on fossil fuels and to reduce reliance on foreign oil. So what is the present scenario of it? So the present production of fossil fuels which fails to meet the demands also aids in global warming.
So in this graph, we can see that due to the increasing awareness of this depletion of fossil fuel resources and environmental issues, biodiesel and bioethanol become more and more attractive in the recent years. So generally, fossil fuel was the only resource of energy in the field of transportation and in different industries due to its heating power and quality. The demand is increasing gradually. As a result, available resources are rapidly decreasing. Even the development of a country can be severely impacted by an energy crisis. So the energy coming from the biomass is also considered as an alternative and applied as the source of renewable energy due to its easily accessibility. So biofuels production from organic waste. So biofuel production in industrialized countries is abundantly available from wide range of feedstocks, which includes the waste from agriculture, domestic and industrial solid waste. Here the biofuel production from organic waste and different pathways. So here the first generation biofuels includes with sugar, starch and vegetable oil, and the second generation is manufactured by different types of biomass. So the biomass contains various material like wood, straw, waste plastic, etc. And third generation biofuels are extracted from algae, mainly marine algae. And the most commonly used types of biofuels are biodiesel, bioethanol, which are obtained mostly from vegetable oils, seeds. Biodiesel can act as substitute diesel, and bioethanol can be utilized as an petrol. So we can here use biodiesel as biofuel and bioethanol as biofuel, biomethane as biofuel. In this case, biomethane has higher production cost than natural gas. Biomethane is an attractive fuel available now for support of the transition for the conventional fuels to sustainable low emission mobility. So here we have shown a table where the types of bioenergy that produced from the different feedstock, and it also showing the reaction condition. Like in first case, the method is called is transesterification, where we make biodiesel and from the triacylic glycerols, which is catalyzed by acid and base. And same for biodiesel, the feedstock is refined sunflower oil, which is catalyzed by under temperature 67 degrees centigrade. So the second method is alcoholic fermentation, where we make bioethanol from the microalgae biomass under the temperature 30 degrees centigrade. And the third method is anaerobic digestion, where we make methane and from the feedstock biomass from co-culture and microalgae and bacteria under the temperature of 35 degrees centigrade. So now, bioenergy conversion techniques, various techniques. The production of biofuel from waste was proceeded through the conversion of technique from waste can be employed to supply energy. So here the three conversion techniques, biofuel techniques are described. So the first technique is thermochemical technique. So here the three major procedural alternatives are available: gasification, pyrolysis, and liquefaction. So what is thermochemical conversion? Thermochemical processes do not produce useful energy directly, but under controlled temperature and oxygen conditions. So here the first conversion is gasification. You can see here that gasification applies high temperature and controlled supply of oxygen or steam to biomass, converting it completely gas. And next, liquefaction is a low temperature, high pressure thermochemical conversion process carried out in the liquid phase. Then here you can see that different types of pyrolysis process are described. So
Generally, pyrolysis generates biomass energy by heating biomass under controlled condition of high temperature, and low or no oxygen and certain pressure are required. So the next conversion process of biofuel is biochemical conversion. So what is biochemical conversion? Biochemical conversion uses enzymes and microorganisms to convert biomass into sugars, and those sugars into biofuels that can replace products currently made from crude oil. So what is trans-esterification? It is the next conversion process of biofuel. So in trans-esterification process, fats and oils reacted to each other to produce ester and glycerol in presence of suitable catalyst. So what is the future aspect of it? So production of significant amounts of biomass waste and residues from different sectors across world can prove to be an essential resource to produce energy if economically efficient technologies are brought into development. So continuous development of a satisfactory control technology which helps in preventing the harmful volatile emission during waste to bioenergy processes is necessary. So proper waste classification is as well essential for ensuring higher energy recovery efficiency in production of power, and henceforth minimizes the effort on the environment. Hence, we concluded that in future, industrial production of biodiesel and bioethanol from food waste can contribute to resolve the waste disposal energy security problems. And nowadays, researchers are focusing to generate energy from renewable resources, like from bacteria, algae, biomass through genomics. Thus, genetic engineering may replace the fossil fuels one day. So here are some references from where we take the informations. Thank you, sir.
Any question?
Yeah, Shongita, right?
Yes, sir.
Shongita, are you a student?
Yes, sir.
So I have few advices to you. Okay. 2 minor point and 1 major point.
Yes, sir.
First minor point is put slide number in each slide.
Okay, sir.
You have to put your slide number in each slide, number 1. Number 2 is, again, you are suffering from a problem that in few of some slides, whole sentence with full stop, comma, everything is present. Okay, that is annoying to the observer and that is not advisable. So use bulleted point. Okay.
Okay, okay, sir.
Suppose in one slide you have used something and some transgestification or something. Okay. So only use those 2 words. No need to write the full sentences. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
These are the 2 minor point. And the major point is there any comparison, like previously told, is there any comparison based on the analysis or introspection or study you have done? Anything is there?
No, sir.
I don't find anything.
No, sir.
So that is what is required.
Okay, okay, sir.
Okay, review paper is not there. Review paper is a very important thing. These are the very fundamental things, and these are very important, particularly in point of research, review papers. So writing review papers is difficult also. But what you need to do, you need to study all the thing, and based upon your study, based upon your introspection, you need to compare and analyze. That analysis part, I think, is missing. Okay. So try to take care of that. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Over to others. Over to Himadri.
Any other questions from audience? So, Dr. Sarkar?
Yes, I guess there is no more questions. Yes.
I request Shongita to accept the digital certificates, and we will forward the other certificate of the co-authors to the corresponding mail ID. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So I guess all the paper has been demonstrated. Only one is absent, I think.
Only one. Paper ID 5 is absent.
Okay. So on behalf of JS College of Engineering, I would like to thank Dr. Devdatta Pal from Brahma University, Dr. Himadri Shekhar Dotto from Kolani Government Engineering College, and Dr. Angshuman Sarkar from Kolani Government Engineering College for continuing this session. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, the organizer and the participants.
Thank you. Thank you all for thank you.
Thank you, Indranath. Thank you, Devdatta, Dr. Devdatta Pal, Dr. Himadri Datto, and all the participants.
Thank you all.
So with your permission, I'd like to take leave from this meeting.
Okay,
If you want to take any picture or snapshot, you can take.
Yes, that is also very much beneficial for us.
In that case, I'd like to request all the participants to switch on their video.
সৌম্য, তুমি ক্যাপচার করতে পারবে? আমার
স্যার আমি করে নিচ্ছি। Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Yeah. Okay. With your permission, I am taking leave of the meeting. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, participants.
So I am leaving also with your permission. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.